with us and a whole host of guests tonight because, guys, Bud, I'll start with you. The Browns are going to make some picks tonight.
Well, yeah, it's
Let's hope.
guaranteed to be more exciting than last night from a Browns fan standpoint. I kind of joked around early last night. I said, is there anything that Dorsey could do that fans wouldn't embrace at this point? Because every move he's made has been a good one. And I found out that even by doing nothing, people were saying, what a great move
He's a genius.
Yeah.
He's a genius by not even having to turn in a card.
So, it's been an extended honeymoon for him, but a well-deserved one because he's made a lot of really good decisions.
Yeah, and he showed a lot of patience last night, and that's not something that he has been known for over the years. He's a very aggressive drafter. When he sees a guy he wants, he tries and goes and gets him. But he was seeing, like we were seeing, that there was a run on defensive linemen, there was a run on interior offensive linemen at the end of the draft, and there were a lot of first-round talents that fell to the second round. So this may be an opportunity for him to package a couple of those 8 picks that he has over these next 2 days and move up to get somebody early in the second round.
The Browns will be picking tonight, barring trades, of course, with the 49th overall pick. That's the 17th pick of the second round, and then they'll come back in the third round. They'll have the 80th overall pick, the 16th pick of round 3. Let me bring you in on this point. Matt and I last night, we stuck around, and John Dorsey came down and talked to the media, and he said, look, there were about 3 players that they looked at as guys that maybe would have given them reason to move up into the first round. Ultimately, though, I would imagine the price probably just was too high for what they're trying to do.
Yeah, and listen, they had a great turnaround year last year, but it was still a 7-8-1 year with no wins against teams with winning records. And I think he understands that even though he made some moves that are all-in sort of moves, Odell Beckham Jr. being one, I think he understands that there's still a need to supply this team with depth, especially when you see bad special teams. It's usually because you don't have linebackers and defensive backs who are those kind of depth kind of players on your team that are good ones. And this gives him an opportunity by not giving away picks to move up to maybe get the corner that he might want, but also keep those other picks and get some guys that they really could use for special teams this year.
I can't get over how many defensive backs. You know, you and I were sitting watching the draft together in the actual room here outside of where we are right now, and last night as we were doing the show here. And, I mean, Matt, we were watching, offensive tackles, defensive linemen coming off the board. And we're sitting there going, wait a minute, this was supposed to be a draft rich in cornerbacks, which admittedly is one of the Browns' needs. And until late in the draft, there was no movement. It was absolutely astonishing. And the thing that, you kind of took away from it is, well, that opens up to all kinds of possibilities early in the second round if the Browns, if somebody they feel like might be gone, if the dominoes of these defensive backs start to fall, somebody might be there that's worth John Dorsey saying, okay, I'll give up a 5th round and a pick and something else maybe to move up.
7th rounder.
7th rounder, that's right. I'll give up 5th, 6th, and 7th to move up. But that might be the case tonight because there was just this kind of rut in terms of defensive backs not getting picked. I was doing the math today. A guy like Greedy Williams, I saw some mock drafts had him going anywhere from 10 to 20. He's still out there.
Yeah, it was an interesting night for defensive backs. It was not for a good reason either. A lot of guys lost money by not being taken in that first round. And I think anybody who drafts a corner or a safety in the second day of the draft is going to get a very motivated player that's going to want to come in and contribute right away, whether that's just on special teams or whether that's as a starting defensive player as well. John Dorsey said last night, with a second-round pick, we expect a starter.
Yeah, he made no bones about it.
Get a starter with that pick.
Well, the thing that jumped out at me, too, was the rules being what they are in the NFL in 2019. If you had told me they'd go 25 players into a draft and not have either a corner or a wide receiver taken,
yeah,
I would have been stunned by that. Now, I've heard Dorsey say that there wasn't that one marquee kind of wide receiver in this draft, but there's still some good ones, and we'll see some of those guys, I'm sure, come off pretty early today.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at wide receivers and who's still out there, a couple of names stand out, including a former Ohio State Buckeye. This might be, this will be one of the storylines to watch tonight. There are a number of local players that might get taken, Buckeyes or non-Buckeyes. One of them is the former St. Vincent St. Mary product and Ohio State receiver Paris Campbell. He's still out there. DK Metcalf, not related to former Brown Eric Metcalf, according to Eric. And A.J. Brown is still out there.
Debo Samuel is another one from
Yeah.
South Carolina that's probably going to go fairly early.
I mean, there is, if you're trying to, I wouldn't expect the Browns to take a wide receiver in the second round. But if you're a team that's looking, to get a starter and a guy that can come in and maybe start right away at the receiver spot, you've got a fine list.
Yeah, you have a really impressive set of options that you could go in any different direction. Guys that can do multiple things. We've seen what Paris Campbell can do as a running back at the high school level and what he could do as a dual threat wide receiver, meaning that he could take it on the edge on a reverse handoff or just make plays with his speed. The key for guys like Paris Campbell are going to be the more you can do, the longer you're going to stay around, because if all he's doing is doing those reverses and doing those screens, his shelf life might be a little shorter than expected.
We know there's these rumors, obviously, about Browns trading some of their players. If we all agree that they need linebackers, right?
Yes.
As the roster is constituted right now, they
100%.
could need help.
Yeah.
So why would you even consider moving Schobert or Kirksey?
I didn't understand. Yeah, I didn't understand that.
It would have to be a heaven and earth type deal. Like somebody really just puts a great deal in front of you, but how are you going to replace that? Look, I understand both of those guys had injury issues, and we were, before they even cut Jamie Collins, the Browns were in need of an upgrade at that position, in my opinion. That would only further the need if you trade a guy like Schobert.
Yeah.
Because if we were starting, I did this with Jim Donovan the other night. If we were starting play tomorrow, the Browns starting linebackers would be, as Roger Goodell, by the way, is headed to the podium, and he will get round 2 underway. Is that Tim McGraw up there with him?
Tim McGraw. On the right
Very
side, yeah.
nice.
You got me.
But Jannard Avery, Joe Schobert, and Christian Kirksey are your starting linebackers. Now, I think they would want to supplement that, not necessarily take one away from that.
Yeah, I've heard the stat mentioned more in the last 2-3 weeks than I ever have before, that Schobert, one of the highest number of missed tackles in the league last year. Did he play like that in your mind? Do you remember in real time thinking, "Oh, come on, Schobert"?
Or is it just we just
There
remember
was-
the Baltimore? Is it just a bad taste from the Baltimore game?
Well, I don't know. Don't you have to be there to miss a tackle? It's like the shortstop who has no range, right? He never gets charged with an error.
Right.
So
Nothing egregious stood out to me from last year. There were a couple of moments where it was like, oh, man, but nothing that would warrant you saying we absolutely have to get rid of this guy because his best play is behind him. 2 years ago, he was a Pro Bowl linebacker that made a ton of tackles, if not the most in the NFL, top 5 in the NFL last year. If you are going to move on from him, you have to find somebody that can fill that role, and
you got to find somebody better. Good luck with that.
Yeah, you're going to have to look in the draft because free agency, the first and second waves are done now, and now you're just looking to fill roster spots. So you're not going to get the value that you would if you kept him in your organization.
But now, how about on the offensive side, though? The name we've heard, and we've heard it since Kareem Hunt was brought in, and that's that Duke Johnson is on the trading block. We've certainly heard about rumors with the Philadelphia Eagles maybe being interested. You think at some point this weekend that a trade for Duke might happen?
Yeah, you get to a point where if a guy is so adamant that he doesn't want to be here, you might have to do something. But just before we became aware that he would have wanted to be moved, I didn't think it made a lot of sense to move him because I think he's still one of those guys that's been underutilized. Now, you could say, well, how come all these different regimes and head coaches and staffs, offensive coordinators, haven't found what to do with him? But in the right situation, I think he's still a really talented, dynamic player. And you'd hate to see him go do that somewhere else unless you were sure you had a better player, to step in.
Yeah, especially since you don't have Hunt until week 9, so
Best case scenario.
Yeah, and that's best case, and you got to have somebody to spell Nick Chubb. I mean, you like to have that change of pace and that guy who can make things happen in space. It's kind of surprising.
Maybe you find a guy in the 4th or 5th round that you think can fill that role, and then you can part ways with Duke Johnson. But until you have somebody in the pipeline, getting rid of him is a risky proposition.
Yeah, just like last night, I'm going to be really interested to see what happens in the rest of the division. Now, we saw the Steelers get a guy that they really wanted, moved up from 20 to 10, I think.
Yeah, 20 to 10.
And gave up a lot, which is what Dorsey was probably talking about.
Right.
It would have cost the Browns even more, I'm sure, to get up into the first round from 49. So I'm interested to see what those teams do. I wasn't wowed by the Ravens going wide receiver.
I wasn't either.
I thought they needed a dynamic player, but this still feels like a big man's league to me. And when a guy shows up in the first round at 5'8.5", 160 pounds, I'm still taking.
Especially in the AFC, especially in the AFC North, it doesn't feel like a fit. The Bengals, I thought, made at least. Was sensible. They need, Jimmy talked about this last night. They needed to get somebody like a Whitworth to come in and be able to be on offensive tackle. But, we'll watch what happens tonight. Let me also bring you guys in on this. The Arizona Cardinals, by the way, are on the clock. So now we really are underway here with round number 2. There's a situation going on out in Denver with the Broncos. Their Pro Bowl cornerback, Chris Harris, is not happy. There are all kinds of rumors about that he might be traded this weekend. And just to stir the pot a little bit, our buddy here in Berea, Odell Beckham Jr., Browns wide receiver. Now, he's not here in Berea right now, but Browns wide receiver Odell Beckham tweeted at Chris Harris basically to say, come on in, dog's got to eat, come on in, let's make it happen.
It's nice when we actually have guys that are willing to recruit.
Yeah,
players
LeBron
to
had
come
done something like
right,
that. Right,
exactly.
It's so nice to see guys want to be here, and they want other good, talented athletes to be here. I think that's a great sign for the type of team they're building in this organization.
So what do you give up for a 29-year-old?
Pro Bowl cornerback, but he's 29. He's 29.
He's on the back 9 of his career as a corner.
Doesn't necessarily fit the mold of players that John Dorsey traditionally trades for. He likes those 25-year-old guys who are just finishing their first contract.
I think it's going to take a lot, and I don't know that Dorsey's going to part with it. I think Denver is going to want the 49 overall, and I think maybe the most Dorsey would be willing to give up if it was just straight draft pick for Harris is number 80.
I wonder if the Indianapolis Colts might be the team to watch with this too, because they have 3 second-round picks.
Yeah, and Ballard, has been. I mentioned it last night. He stole the Ray Farmer terminology by saying he's not interested in instant coffee in this draft. He's looking for slow brewed
coffee. Oh, one of my all-time favorite Ray Farmerisms.
Yeah. So he's willing to collect draft picks over the next 1 or 2 years, and we saw them move down. Did they move down twice or just once? The Colts last night. They traded back.
They may have moved down twice. Now you said that. I think.
So they do have some extra draft picks to mess around with, but it remains to be seen whether he sees that as the way to build a team that's going to be good for 3 more years.
All right, the Arizona Cardinals are about to make the first pick of the second round. Matt, I know you've got to start typing here. Our live blog is hot and active right now at WKYC.com.
If they pick Drew Lock, I'm leaving.
That's right. No, seriously. I mean, we'll get to their quarterback situation in a second. But Matt, thanks for stopping by again. Read all his stories tonight at WKYC.com. He and Ben Axelrod will be taking care of the writing aspect of our coverage tonight.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, brother, man. Okay, so while the Cardinals are about to make a pick, it looks like maybe something we talked about last night. Josh Rosen might be headed to from Arizona to the Miami Dolphins, something that you and Jimmy speculated last night, Bud.
Yeah, and okay, so here's one of the corners, Byron Murphy, that well well thought of all around the league, from what I could tell.
Yeah, from Washington.
From Washington.
Remember watching him in the Rose Bowl.
And that's a guy that you would think that the Browns may have been watching, but I'm sure they never thought he would drop down to where they were. So it's understandable that he's going as early as he is in the second round.
Yeah. So,
but to
go ahead.
your point about Rosen, I went to the Indianapolis Combine last year when all those quarterbacks were around.
Right.
And, Rosen had that reputation there as being the guy who was, too cool for the room. Right.
Too cool for school. Yeah.
He would listen to what offensive coordinators or some coaches would tell him, and he's a smart kid who may think he knows more than he does. And he didn't always react well to coaching. And those kinds of things were following him around there. And I know it was just a brief exposure to him at the Combine, but I thought if he came across to other teams the way he did to the media that day, I thought he handled himself very well. And I like him as a quarterback. I think he's going to be a guy that has a long, successful career here. So the fact that Arizona's ready to move on from him, I don't think tells even half of the story, because we know what we're talking about, an organization that traded up to get him last year.
Yes.
Gave up a lot to get him, and then suddenly decided they had to have a coach who's not proven anything that his style of play or his coaching can translate into the NFL. So now they're based on a coach that they can't possibly be sure of. They're going in another direction with a different style quarterback. So for his sake, I'd like to see him land somewhere where people appreciate a pocket presence.
Yeah, and at least he gets a fair shot.
Yeah, and there was some talk last night. It was there's always talk on draft night, right? None of it materializes, but it was with the Patriots. It was the Patriots a landing spot for him. You know? And while you might have a trouble seeing his personality be one that Belichick would embrace, I joked that Josh Rosen had a hot tub in his dorm room at UCLA. Yeah, does that sound like a Belichick kind of play?
Not in the least.
But his style of play would certainly translate there, and I think there's still a place for it in the league. And not everybody's going to have to be Kyler Murray or Lamar Jackson and use their legs to beat you. I would argue that Baker Mayfield, didn't use his legs to beat many teams. He used his head more,
right,
in the way he moved around the pocket.
Yep.
He certainly got away from pressure without running past the line of scrimmage. So, Rosen's a more immobile guy. I get it, but I think he's still in the right situation. Is going to have a good NFL career. We
invite you, by the way, to interact with us here on Facebook Live. Who do you want the Browns to take in the second round? I mean, we talk about the positions of need. Let us know. We'll interact. We'll ask questions here, and we'll get to those as well. But, I mean, Bud, you would think if you're looking at positions of need here and you say, okay, if the Browns hold firm, they don't trade up, we've got 16 more to go. You have to think, they'll look at the cornerback, they'll look at linebacker, maybe offensive tackle. Would they spend another second rounder? They did last year with Corbett, who will now get his opportunity this year to start with the Zeitler trade. Would they spend a second round pick on an offensive tackle?
We had Doug Deacon in here last night and Jim Donovan also, and they both kind of downplayed where offensive line, where they felt it ranked on the list of priorities. They felt it was pretty far down. That Dorsey had brought in some depth around Greg Robinson and
Greg Robinson and Hubbard,
Desmond
and
Harrison.
Yep.
I would be surprised if they ended up in the second round addressing offensive line, given what I think are bigger needs defensively.
The name that has popped up today, I was spent a little time just looking at rumor mills and mock drafts, and you take those for grain, however many grains of salt you wish. But a name that kept coming up today, I thought, as I was reading, for a second round pick.
Picking one earlier has resulted in a run on corners at the top of the draft.
Yeah, so 2 guys already on the list are off the board here, Byron Murphy and Rock Ya-Sin. So still, though, if you're looking at cornerbacks, Greedy Williams is still there, Joejuan Williams is still there, David Long is still there, and a young man from Benedictine High School and Michigan State, Justin Lane.
Yeah.
He's been linked to the Browns in a couple of mock drafts, and I know we talked to him. We did a feature on him on Channel 3, and he mentioned to us that there have been he's had conversations with the Browns.
Yeah, Jim Donovan also not only talked with him and did an interview with him this recently that ran on Channel 3, but Jim was upstairs yesterday, obviously, for part of the draft, and one of the times he stopped in to talk to us, he said he was getting the impression that Dorsey wanted a versatile,
yes,
Brian Body Calhoun kind of player back there, a guy who could play nickel, could step in and play a little safety, could play corner. There's a guy at Florida who might fit that. It's Chauncey Gardner Johnson,
yep,
or something like
that.
Yeah,
Gardner Johnson.
Gardner Johnson, who, if they don't move up, if they want to hold on to their picks, he may well sit there at 49 when they get the pick.
And another hybrid player, the one that 2 separate mocks today have the Browns linked to, again, a guy who played cornerback initially at Virginia, but then moved to safety, Juan Thornhill. Mm-hmm. And he's a guy that probably you wouldn't necessarily have to move up to take him. He'd probably be there or close to there at 49, so you wouldn't have to move up a heck of a lot to get him. But he would, again, to fit the mold of what the Browns are trying to do, have versatility. It's the Demarius Randall thing where you can, if we need you to play corner, you can be a corner. Mm-hmm. If we need you to be a strong safety, you can be a strong safety. You can fill various needs to make sure we have depth in the secondary.
Yeah, to go over again early tonight what the Browns have yet in draft picks. They have a second and a third that could be used tonight. They have 3 fifths.
They have a fourth pick, fourth round pick tomorrow, and 3 fifths.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we know that I believe Jannard Avery came out of the 5th round last year. So we know that Dorsey, prides himself on finding those kinds of players. Unless he can come away, and I know he hinted at thinking he could still find a starter out of this draft, but unless he's almost sure about that, I just don't see him giving up, multiple picks to make a move for a guy who might be a backup. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like to make a lot of sense. The Jaguars are up next, followed by the 49ers. And it looks like the Jaguars pick is
yeah, they're going to stay. They're going to stay home in Florida. It looks like they're going to take an offensive lineman, Jawan Taylor.
Okay, and he's a guy that was, along with Drew Lock, was considered one of the first 2 best available players going into the 2nd round of this draft. 6'5", 312 pounds. Doesn't seem like a guy you could move very easily, but
well, it's interesting because you want to get an offensive lineman. They want to be able to run the football, mm-hmm. and now you've got Nick Foles running the offense at quarterback, so you want to make sure he stays upright. So, it's a sensible pick, I think.
Yeah, one of the things that in this pre-draft analysis says that he rarely struggles versus power rushers, and that sounds like such a common thing, right? Mm-hmm. So ordinary. Well, any tackle but we saw that was exactly what the issue was with Harrison last
exactly.
year. Doug Deacon told us last night that he loved this guy's athletic ability and his footwork, but clearly teams watched film and decided they were going to do nothing but bull rush him later, and that's when we saw. Was it still when Baker Mayfield took over, where they were like 5 sacks in 3 straight games before they made that move?
It was it was right after. It was right around the time that Hugh Jackson got fired and Freddie Kitchens took over the offense, and all of a sudden the offensive line changed, and Baker stayed upright for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and by a large margin. I think there were maybe 3 sacks over the final 5 games of the year or something like that. It was and part of that is how quickly Baker was getting the ball out of his hand and looking downfield and knowing what he wanted to do, but. Clearly, the offensive line made a huge jump in the last half of the season.
49ers are on the clock. 2nd round is underway. Remember now, the 2nd round and the 3rd round even gets quicker. 2nd round, I think, is 7 minutes between picks, and then it starts to even pick up a little bit faster after that. So the picks will be coming fast. One other thing is, as we started to mention it, there are the possibility of 3, maybe 4 local players who might get picked tonight, and possibly one or by the Browns. You never know. I'm surprised Draymond Jones is still on the board from Ohio State. You know, he had a terrific Rose Bowl. He had a terrific game. I was down there in Columbus against Michigan. He was terrific against Michigan. I'm surprised he's still out there, but he's one of the top players that's available. The aforementioned Justin Lane from Benedictine, Jones from St. Ignatius, Paris Campbell from St. V, and Andy Isabella might not go tonight, but I think he would go then early tomorrow. The former Mayfield Wildcat who played at UMass and looks everything to me like a Bill Belichick
He really does.
wide
I was
receiver.
just about to say that. He really does. You know, it looks like the kind of guy that you look up 6 years later and you're like, how is he still making plays like this in the league? You know, and 6 years later, he'll still be catching them from Tom Brady.
Yeah, exactly. 48-year-old Tom Brady,
maybe that's part of it.
49-year-old Tom Brady will still be throwing passes.
I think he tends to make wide receivers look pretty good. But yeah, it's. I'm interested to see what happens with Paris Campbell. You know, we saw Dorsey pick Antonio Callaway last year, and I think that was a guy. He basically. His speed was the reason why he was, but he was a 4th rounder, was he?
Yeah,
not?
yeah, he was projected with like 2nd round talent, but because of the off the field stuff,
that's true.
4th round pick, and I mean we really saw, but flashes that he's got something special potentially in him, and because of the way the Browns' offense is going to be aligned with having Jarvis Landry and now Odell Beckham Jr. I mean Callaway doesn't. I mean. He doesn't have to carry the load. I mean, he can really continue to work himself in and become an impact player, along with Higgins, who I really, if anybody made the biggest jump, from one year to another year, I mean, it was Rashard Higgins to me. His improvement was amazing.
I would be, I don't want to say stunned because nothing stuns you in this league anymore, but I'd be really surprised if they did anything wide receiver-wise, just because I think you don't want to do something that I think Callaway and Higgins showed enough last year to know that if you develop these guys, they're going to be really, effective, impactful wide receivers for your team for a while. And to bring in more competition for those guys right now, I'm not sure that's the best idea, as long as everybody stays healthy, obviously.
Well, especially with a 2nd round pick. I mean, that was the thing that I took out from what John Dorsey said last night, and you brought it up right from the beginning. That the expectation when you draft a 2nd rounder is that he comes in and he starts, which was why a lot of us were so shocked last year that Austin Corbett didn't start, but now you can kind of see we all thought that maybe he would be the heir apparent at center. Treader was so terrific; he ended up being the guard that now will be starting for the Browns, but he is now a starter. So it's interesting to have that philosophy. So whoever the Browns take, I mean, you would think it'll be a disappointment for them if he's not a starter.
Well, we were talking earlier about how soon. The fact that we went 25 picks into the draft with no corners or wide receivers being taken, we've seen a couple corners go already in the 2nd round, and I believe, if the report I just saw is correct, that Deebo Samuel from South Carolina is the next pick.
Let's see. I haven't had an update on my.
And if that turns out to not be true, I'll deny I ever.
That's right. Yeah, there is absolutely
it's not like
no
there's a
evidence.
camera on us.
No, there's no camera. Nothing's recording. I have not gotten that officially official, but
we have.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Oh, and Samuel played under Kyle Shanahan for his South team at the 2019 Senior Bowl.
Well, there you go. So that makes that you make the impression with the coaching staff, and they continue to remember. So yeah, Deebo Samuel. Now I mean Jimmy Garoppolo gets himself a little bit of help there in that offense.
Yeah, and a report right on top of that one says that Seattle has traded its pick at 37 to Carolina. So. Seattle seems to be in the mode that we were in when Mangini was here, and they traded down about 17 times in the same draft.
Yeah, we talked about that.
I may be exaggerating that.
It felt like it. You remember that was 10 years ago.
Yes.
And I mean, it was the Browns had a high 1st round pick. They traded out of it 3 separate times. And I'll give Eric Mangini credit. Look, he came out with a Pro Bowl center out of it. Alex Mack is a really good player, but you trade it down 3 times, and then you look at a team like the Indianapolis Colts that have 3 second-rounders. All I could think of, sometimes that works out for you, but in 2009, the Browns had 3 second-rounders, and it was a disaster. Massaquoi, Rubisky, and Vaikune. And
oh God,
yes,
I could never forget.
it's like it's a law firm that went belly up.
Yeah, it's a law firm for an injury suit.
Yeah. So the Carolina
insult and injury.
Insult to injury. Carolina Panthers again are now moving up because of the trade with the Seattle Seahawks. At this point, the Cleveland Browns are still slated to pick 49th. So if you're looking at it, we're about 12 picks away from when the Browns will be making things happen. But you never know if players continue to drop, and we look at more defensive backs going. Perhaps you may see the Browns making a trade. I think in talking to some people last night here, but the feeling was that if the Browns didn't make a trade at some point tonight, probably a trade up, that would almost be a surprise given John Dorsey's past. I mean, he's a guy that, if you see it, go get it, make it happen.
Well, Ben and I were doing this last night, and he likes to remind people that he and I debated whether Dorsey would go after Odell Beckham Jr., and I, of course, said, no. Why? Listen, you'd have to give up way too much, so Ben only mentioned 3 times in about a minute and a half that he won that debate. But it speaks to, the thought, and he was right, that, Dorsey isn't coming in here like so many others have, looking and saying, how do I bide myself some time? Okay,
right.
I know how. I'll talk about a 3 to 5 year plan.
Right.
And they
trade
don't want
and accumulate assets and trade that. Yeah.
Asset accumulation. I mean,
that's right.
God. So to his credit, he hasn't shied away from, putting himself out there. He's bringing in guys that he thinks could win now, and if they don't, this may be the first year since 2008 that they go into a season with the possibility of really disappointing a fan base that has high expectations.
Right.
In 2008, people thought Derek Anderson might be the answer. They'd signed him to a long-term
contract. Gave him that big contract,
after
sure.
2007. They saw them go 10-6, good enough to make the playoffs, but not quite get there in the final day. And I think that season fell apart. And I don't think it did. Obviously, it did. But I think this is the first season that if they get off to a bad start, we'll have that feeling of, something went wrong.
Well, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you since the schedule came out. By the way, Greg Little, not to be confused with the former Browns wide receiver, Greg Little, the offensive tackle from Ole Miss, is heading to the Carolina Panthers.
This one has better hands.
Yes, he does. But, what were your first takeaways as you looked at the Browns' schedule? And we all knew the teams that the Browns were going to play. But the fact that in the first 5 weeks of the 2019 season, the Browns are going to be on national TV 3 times. I mean, that's pretty staggering considering what we've had. It reminds me of 2008 where you just sit there and you say, oh, man, just don't let you hope that the expectations don't fly out the window.
I don't know if kind is the right word to use. The schedule was kind. I thought the schedule was fair. It gives them another, I called it like a soft opening, before they let everybody in and to see them on Monday night against the Jets. They'll have this week at home against Tennessee, a team that's was better than them last year, but a team that they should be able to beat this year, And I thought the end of the schedule, I think they get Cincinnati twice in a 3-week period. And look, it's a long way away. Maybe the Bengals turn out to be better than we think. I don't see that happening to any great degree. So I think they have a chance to finish up with some teams that are, beatable, and also majority of home games toward the end of the season. So
it's favorable. The voice of the Browns has made his way in here as Jimmy just finished up Donovan Live, and this is like our usual time. Please join us, Jimmy.
Now I can go back to drinking coffee. I don't know what to say.
Jim Donovan is joining us here as the second round of the NFL Draft is underway here at WKYC.com, on YouTube and on Facebook Live. Good evening, Jimmy.
Good evening. Good to be with you all. Good to be in the draft tonight.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
That was an adjustment last night.
it felt weird, didn't it?
It did feel weird. A different kind of weird from when we didn't have the pick because the year before we had given it to Dallas to get Brady Quinn.
Yeah.
This was different.
Yeah.
This was different. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and we didn't have to trade, for Sean Rogers or Corey Williams or anything and wait till the final day of the draft. I mean, but
Both tremendous players.
yes, sterling players.
You know, the thing about Sean Rogers that I remember the most about him was he had a talent, and it was blocking kicks.
yes.
He blocked extra points, and he blocked kicks.
And they paid a lot for
They
them.
paid a lot for that. Yeah.
I mean, it's great. If you're good at something, that's great.
Right.
But that was about it.
I also remember that was back when a screw up at practice made them have to run a perimeter lap around the field.
Eric
Do you remember
Mangini.
That was Mangini, wasn't it?
It was also that was Alex Mack's freshman year, his rookie year. Okay, it was his rookie year, and if you made a mistake, a false start or anything, but you had to run a lap. Alex Mack could have won the Boston Marathon. He ran so many laps that summer. He could have taken on any of the Kenyans, and I believe come into Kenmore Square and possibly win the Boston Marathon.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
And-
that was it was amazing. And Eric Mancini said that's the only way you cut down on the mental mistakes.
I just remember when Sean Rogers would have to do that. You could barely tell if he was moving.
That's right.
Little
Yeah,
kids
you're
would
right.
put their block their bikes up to him, thinking
Yeah.
he was stationary.
So far, Jimmy, as the second round has gotten underway, we're 5 picks in. Not surprised. A couple of cornerbacks are off
Right.
the board, including Rock Yassin, and a couple of offensive tackles are off the board. Greg Little, not to be confused with the former Browns receiver. Jawan Taylor off the board as well.
I understand this Greg Little has better hands.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
Greg
yeah,
Little,
we were just talking about.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, the Bills, I believe, have traded up for Cody Ford.
It's the kid
Another-
from he's
another
offensive
offensive
lineman.
Yeah.
Cody Ford, wasn't he from Oklahoma?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Cody Ford.
Yeah. So, if the Browns want to stay patient, they've got 11 picks or so to go until they're up here as soon as the Bills pick gets officially announced. It seems like they can get themselves a corner, or like you talked about last night, and we've talked about this week on our show as well, the kind of hybrid type corner safety, and the name that has started to emerge today, a young man from Virginia, Juan Thornhill,
Right.
started his career with the Cavaliers as a corner, but moved to safety and had a really good year last year in the ACC.
And the reason they are kind of looking down that road is because of what happened last year, and they saw it play out in a bad way for them, in a needy way for them. But when they started to get nicked at corner, you remember, even in the Oakland game, mid-game, Demarius Randall had to go down and play corner from safety. And he did it well, but all of a sudden they said, well, I wonder if we can do that again. I mean, if we can have another, a player that can do that. The other thing, remember, Demarius Randall is not signed long-term yet.
Good point,
Okay?
yes.
And there was a point where, they were trying to get that deal done that they could go long-term. Incidentally, interesting story about him. In a couple of weeks, he is going to walk in graduation from the University of Arizona. He's going to walk.
wow.
He is actually going to go through the ceremony.
Oh, that's
and the
fantastic.
reason he's doing that, his mother and father are making him do it. Yeah, they said, hey,
For
listen,
what? He's
if
allowed
you're
it?
go- right. I mean, he could probably buy the entire graduation ceremony and have one of his own and stage one. Instead, although that could get you in federal problems nowadays. But let me just, he's going to go through graduation. He's going to walk across and accept his diploma and please his mom and dad.
Oh,
but
that's fantastic.
going
Great.
back, I think, Bud and Dino, I think the Browns really wanted to get him signed. And, of course, he's got a lot of fans because of the Green Bay connection
Sure.
and their front office with Highsmith and Wolf and John Dorsey. But going back to the player, I think that they find these hybrid players now. Greg Williams was kind of an originator of that when he took that kid Mark Barron out of Alabama when they were with the Rams, and he made him like a monster back where he could play linebacker or safety. Well, this would be a safety cornerback slash cornerback type of
Jim,
situation.
is there anything about the way the first round ended that leads you to believe anything differently about what the Browns might do? I mean, it seemed like it pushed some of the players like
Towards
corners
them, yeah.
toward them.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was really surprised, Bud. Normally, corners, once they start going, and they usually go in the first round, that they go off in a flurry. There's a run on them, and there was no run on them at all. There was only the one kid from Georgia, DeAndre Baker, that went off the board. Then quarterbacks took up spots, and but it was loaded with defensive linemen, and that was the forecast coming into the draft. That it was just an amazing collection of defensive line talent in this draft, and if they're there, you take them. You don't fool around with it. So the draft is kind of coming to the Browns with what their needs are, which I still wonder if he might try and go up. I mean, if he sees a player that he has designated that he needs to have, and he starts to get concerned that he's going to go off the board because there is a run on, let's say, defensive backs, then maybe he makes a move and he goes up and he uses some of those fifth-round picks that he has. He's got 3 of them in the 5th round coming up tomorrow, and maybe he goes up and tries to get them. That's the one thing that surprised me was that, I guess the other thing might have been that the wide receivers, because there's some pretty good talent at wide receiver, and last night there were only 2, I think, taken in the first round. The Ravens grabbed one, and then New England took one at the end of the round. They took the kid from Arizona State. Those are the 2 things that kind of surprised me. Defensive backs are so needed in the NFL. That they didn't go in the first round was a bit surprising.
Is there any scenario where you could see this team picking up a wide receiver?
Well, if you go by best talent, if he in his lead up to the draft, in his pre-draft press conference, somebody asked him, John Dorsey, hey, would you go for what the team needs or best available talent? And he kind of gave a very quick, abrupt answer. Well, you don't know me well enough, obviously. I go for the best player available. If you go for the best player available, Bud, you could see a wide receiver at that point. I was talking with Doug Deacon, my partner in the Browns Radio Network, and he said don't count out the fact that they do not have a big, tall wide receiver, and that you could, that's the one missing link. Yes, they've got OBJ now. Yes, they've got Landry, but neither one of them you would designate as a tall wide receiver. Callaway's even smaller. Rashard Higgins, I don't know. Do you look at Rashard Higgins and say, boy, that's a great target?
Not really.
So, I mean, the only thing, Doug, that Doug pointed out was the one missing link in the wide receiver room would be a tall wide receiver. Now, they have that kid, Derek Willis, that made that play in the Baltimore game in the overtime last year, but then he broke his collarbone. He was an undrafted free agent that made the team last year. Damian Ratley has a little bit of size to him, but that would be the only scenario.
Like DK Metcalf, for example, he's 6'3", about 6'3 and a half.
And he's still on the board.
And he's still on the board. He's still on the board. Sean, the first MAC player of the 2019 NFL draft is off the board. Sean Bunting, a cornerback from Central Michigan, is headed to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And what do you know about him, Dino?
Very little. I mean, he's
on those Tuesday night games on ESPN.
When Central Michigan plays Northern Illinois, maybe I watch a little bit of it, but this seems like an early pick. I mean, talk about corners that were still available. Williams is still out there, both Greedy Williams and Jawan Williams. Long is still there. Lane is still there. So,
and incidentally, in Mayfield Heights at his watch party. We just had him arriving at his watch party at Mayfield Heights. The other thing that kind of surprises me in the draft, and it is this. I have been underwhelmed so far by what the Raiders have done.
Yeah.
With all of those picks and the makeup of John Gruden and Mike Mayock coming in there and the scouts being sent home last weekend because they didn't want any leaks, I've been kind of underwhelmed. I mean, people were shocked that they took the kid from Clemson right away, at least where they took him. And people are a little bit saying, okay, all of this secrecy, all of this cloak and dagger stuff, and this is what you get out of that, kind of surprising.
Yeah, it didn't make considering, they traded Amari Cooper, they traded Khalil Mack. I mean, it's like you think you're better now with these guys than you were before, even with all these draft picks. It was very strange.
The same kind of question could be asked of Gettleman in New York, right? You were better now with Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Then you might have been with Sam Darnold, and and had you kept OBJ. I don't understand what they're doing there, and that's not the only place.
How about today, Bud and Dino, in his press conference? I probably last night when he said it, but I heard it today where he said, I talked to Daniel Jones on the phone, and I talked to Eli, and I said to Daniel Jones, you could be starting in 3 years. Oh, unbelievable. He said in 3 years.
Come on.
3 years? Are you kidding me? You won't have that job in 3 years if that kid isn't playing before that. Yeah, and really, what a velvet touch they have with Eli Manning.
I know.
I mean, they continue to just tiptoe around the Eli Manning elephant that's in the room that they're, you talk about what Belichick said about Bernie Kosar, diminishing skills. I mean, there are some diminishing skills in New York with Eli Manning, and I know he's got the golden last name.
And the
Manning,
two
come
Super
on.
Bowls, but I mean that was 7 years ago.
Right.
I mean it's like let's move off and let's secure the future. I mean I think the Browns got the best of them both deals.
To make that pick and then still hold out the possibility, at least verbally, to a media group in New York that are just growling at him over the moves that he's made and the moves he hasn't made, and to give a forecast of in 3 years he could be our starter.
I mean, that's the way you go. If you pick the quarterback in the 4th round, that's what you might think. All right, we're going to develop you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Not with the 4th pick.
Yeah. The reverse of Cody Kessler.
I was going to say it's like the anti-Cody Kessler.
It's the anti-Cody Kessler.
I mean,
we can bring up a name for almost anything that happens.
there is
at any position. At any position.
Yes.
Rex had not. Rex had not.
I mean, we were talking last night. It's the 10th anniversary of the Eric Mangini triple down trifecta trade that he did. The first round of 2009, and then the 3 second rounders that all were essentially busts.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a story for everything.
You're talking to the Rubisky, David Vaikune,
Mohamed
and
Massaquoi.
Mohamed Massaquoi.
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah. It's amazing. You're right. Now, Alex Mack was a good player.
Yes, he was.
Okay? And,
No doubt.
it's like, guys, if you came out of the Belichick tree, and Eric certainly did, and if you go back to Belichick, too, who really believed in Paul Brown, and still does to this day, Paul Brown thought that the center position was very, very important, right? And so he would always have a great center. And then Belichick, remember, drafted Steve Everett out of Michigan.
Sure.
A heck of a painter. And a very, very,
one of my favorite guys.
Yeah, he was a cool guy.
Everybody loves Steve
Well,
Everett.
I mean, remember when the team moved and he refused to wear – he was still wearing a Browns bandana under his helmet. But that was his center. So then Mangini comes – and didn't he take the kid from Ohio State when he was with the Jets?
Nick.
What was his name?
Help us here. Come on, Brian.
Come on, Brian.
Yeah, and his sister was an Olympian.
Yeah.
Brian.
Anyway. Anyway, let me fast forward then. And then when he got to the Browns, he took Alex Mack.
Yeah.
Nick Mangold.
Nick Mangold. Yeah, Nick Mangold.
I was going to
right.
say, we have a name for almost every situation, but we can't remember
We just can't remember it. Yeah. I mean, it always comes to us.
Someone has just asked on Twitter, how can the Raiders be this bad at draft?
I don't know. I mean, it's some. I guess it's a lot easier sitting up on the NFL Network set and making the picks than when the picks count.
Apparently, that opinion is based on the fact that the Raiders are drafting Trayvon Mullen from Clemson with
another
the number
cornerback,
39 pick.
but not. He was not listed as one of the top corners that was still available. I mean. Hey, you're playing on Dabo Swinney's defense. I mean, it's obviously you've got talent, but Mike Mayock really liked Clemson's defense. Yeah. Clearly,
well, it was good.
You're right.
It really was good.
Clearly.
Yeah, it sent Nick Saban to hip surgery.
Yes.
Hey, Jim, is a little bit more about Justin Lane? Does he fit that criteria of a guy with versatility in the second?
No, I think he's a corner. Okay. I don't think he's a safety at all. But he's a taller corner, but he's got great reach. So in other words, he's got great recover ability if he gets. They all get beat off the line now, okay, because of the rules and the restrictions and contact rules and defensive holding and all of those things just coming out of the official's pocket, every play it seems. But because of his length, he's got an ability to get back and really stretch and lean in. He made some really big plays at Michigan State, and he made some really big plays at big times for them.
And he was a converted wide receiver. He
Yeah.
was an all-Ohio wide receiver at Benedictine, and then Mark D'Antonio turned him into a Big Ten, all Big Ten defensive back. And the book on him is he really is a classic bump and run type cornerback. And we talked about it the other night. With Denzel Ward and his athleticism, it's a different kind of play in the secondary. You get the bigger guy to be on the flip side, and now you've got both sides of a defensive back, of a cornerback coin there.
Well, you would have an incredible potential of having your corners shut down and locked up for a number of years, and you just put them out there. The thing about Ward is, now this kid's not as fast as Denzel Ward, but nobody is.
Right.
I mean, Denzel Ward is incredibly fast. So they play the position differently. I mean, Denzel Ward can recover with his speed. This kid can recover with his length. And he really does that. I mean, if you watch his tape, I sound like Mike Mayock now. If you watch his tape, though, it's amazing how he gets back into the play with reach and with his arms. And as Dino points out, I mean, this all happened at Michigan State when they saw him in practice. And he did play a little defensive back at Benedictine.
Yeah.
But he then it was the fastest way for him to get on the field at Michigan State was to convert and give his career into the hands of their defensive coaches to make him a cornerback.
9 picks away from when the Browns will make their first selection of the 2019 NFL Draft. They are slated to go with the 49th overall pick, the 17th pick of the second round. We're now at pick number 9 of round 2. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. The pick is in here for Denver. And, Jimmy, you said it right from the outset. I mean, if you're John Dorsey upstairs, a lot of things are coming to the Browns where they may not necessarily have to make a trade here right at the moment. They may do something later here, but they may get a top quality talent here that player that has a first round grade on them to fall right to them here in round 2.
They could, and there's another avenue to go here too, and I throw this out to the two of you. You go to the top of this round right now, okay, and take a look at Arizona. Arizona takes Byron Murphy right away, right, the defensive back from Washington, and they've got a ticked off Patrick Peterson, who wants to be traded.
Yeah.
Think about that. Okay, you take a look at the Denver Broncos right now. Okay, Chris Harris wants out of there.
Yes.
Okay,
Odell Beckham wants him here.
Odell Beckham Jr. is recruiting him to come to Cleveland. So there's another way you could do it too. And John Dorsey, with this, hey, listen, we're ready to win now attitude, could say, well, we'll draft a young corner, no doubt about it, but we're not going to force feed him into the lineup. I think we're going to be good right away. Let's be good right away with a guy that knows how to play cornerback, and we're not going to be young on both sides.
We talked about Harris being 29. Do you think that's a factor, or does that still feel young enough?
I think that's young enough. I really do. Yeah, I think it is young enough. I don't know about the whole personality situation there, or what's driving that, or why he's so discontent in Denver, and why he's available. The Peterson one is, that's an interesting player.
Peterson will be 29 at the time of training camp as well, but. Again, a guy like Patrick Peterson, I mean, you not only would get a cornerback, but, a guy that can be an explosive player on special teams to help you out there.
Yeah. Well, and which they need. I mean, I think that's been a missing link in their game. So I mean, they really haven't been returning very well.
I'm sorry, Jim. The Broncos go offensive line.
Dalton Risner from Kansas State is off the board, and again, we've seen a run of defensive backs and cornerbacks here in the second round, but not guys necessarily outside of Murphy and Rock Ya-Sin that had first round written on them as potential first round guys. So with 8 more here until the Browns, more players are dropping.
Various words in Southern Ohio. The Bengals are on the clock.
No, they traded to the Broncos.
Oh, never mind.
Yep.
I'm really rooting for our local kids, and I hope there's a run on them once they
I
go
thought
off the board.
I thought Paris
I did
Campbell might
too,
go
yeah.
to the Bengals.
Well, it's the slowness, I think, at wide receiver and people going to get wide receivers. And so he's still there. A lot of people thought, Dino, he was late first round, that New England would take a look at him. He was their kind of a player. There was a little bit of a question with his hands. I mean, he's got good speed. He's a tough physical wide receiver. But then the ultimate thing, does he have good enough hands? And that's been something that people have kind of questioned with him. But I'm waiting for knowing if they go back to defensive linemen. Boy, Draymond Jones had a great year at Ohio
he
State.
did. I was telling
Chuck Kyle was telling me the other day, the coach at St. Ignatius. We were on the phone, and I was trying to get a little bit more of a read on him, Draymond Jones, and he said that the Ohio State coaches, when they come around and they recruit, they were talking about Draymond Jones, and it was an offensive line coach that was up here. Chuck had some pretty good offensive linemen, and he said, our offensive linemen hate going to practice during the day. They can't block Draymond Jones. And Draymond Jones made some big plays in big games.
He was great.
this
I thought he
year.
was great in the Rose Bowl.
He was great in the Big Ten
He was
championship
great in the
game.
Big Ten championship
and at
game.
Penn State.
Yeah, against Michigan.
Didn't he start he started that comeback at Penn State when they were in
absolutely,
trouble?
absolutely. Impact kind of player. And again, on the defensive line, I mean, I saw a mock draft that had the Browns taking Draymond Jones.
Well,
I
they
mean,
really loved him, Dino, when they
Yeah.
visited with him. He's a 3.46 student. I mean, he's a great kid.
Yeah.
They were very, very impressed with him. They had a great visit with him. He gave them a great workout. He's sitting in his apartment in Columbus. He's a Netflix guy. He loves just hanging out. They asked him. St. Ignatius, as a matter of fact, said, hey, if you're going to come back home, we'd love to. If you want to use our facilities and have a watch party here, you're an alumni. We'll gladly do it. He went, nah, I'm really not into that. I'm just going to hang out, get the telephone call, get to the airport, get to my team. That's the kind of kid he is.
Yeah, no,
You know what? That's great.
There's speculation that Denver has moved up again because they want to take a quarterback here.
A quarterback.
Quarterback.
A
yeah.
quarterback.
Oh, yeah, is that the kid from Missouri? Maybe.
Well, I would think that,
He's the best available, I
Yeah.
would think.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're them, you have. Well, I don't want to say what they have to do. I always thought that Elway would be the one who knew where he wanted to go.
You always think
quarterback-wise.
that.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the case in Baltimore either when Billick was there.
Oh,
they
my gosh.
They never seemed to have the
Oh,
right quarterback. They went through.
Yeah. Well,
Who
it's
was
Kyle
Stoney,
Bowler.
Stony Case.
Stoney Case.
Stoney Case beat the Browns.
Yeah.
Well, because everybody beat the Browns. That's an
Here we
unfair
go
thing.
again.
Yeah. Stoney Case beat the Browns the first time in '99, I think, when they went there.
Yeah.
And it was a big story because here were the Browns going to play the old Browns. Stoney Case beat them. Then Kyle Bowler was going to be the guy. And, and then Dilfer.
They had Dilfer. They had Banks.
Yeah.
They
Tony
had
Banks.
They had Tony Banks. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, until they drafted Flacco.
Didn't they have Steve McNair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They
Boy,
tried
cost Brian Billick
Troy
is-
Smith. Tried Troy Smith.
The inability to get the quarterback situation nailed down cost Brian Billick his job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
So we'll watch what the Broncos do. By the way, incidentally, the Bengals now get Denver's pick later here in the second round, the number
they'll
52nd
pick
overall
after the
pick.
Browns.
Yes, they'll pick after the Browns. So
And when is the Ravens? Next?
the Ravens' next pick. This is interesting. The Ravens will pick. Here is that. I don't think they have a second round pick, and I don't think the Steelers do either.
Well, the Steelers did until yesterday.
Until yesterday.
Yeah, that's part of the
Yeah,
haul.
yeah. Ravens do not currently, and I use that currently, have a second round pick.
So
That could
clearly
change.
the Browns are going to win this round. there's no competition.
I think they won the round last night.
Well, that's what Bud was saying.
I think they won the
by
round
not
last
doing
night.
anything. By not doing anything.
And the guy they got,
Yeah.
that's a pretty special player.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Wherever he is.
Yes. But isn't it, we were saying, isn't it refreshing that, Odell Beckham, and I think he's picking up from Jarvis Landry. When there's a player out there, it's like, hey, look, we're gonna recruit you. Hey, come on in. We want you here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really up to Chris Harris in terms of a trade. I'm sure his agent could help facilitate something, but it is pretty cool to see the superstars trying to get other superstars to come to Cleveland. And by the way, Drew Lock is going to be the new Denver Broncos quarterback.
Third quarterback off the board
Let's
after
see.
Murray. No, fourth
Yeah,
quarterback.
yeah.
Off.
Murray Jones, Haskins, and now Luck.
I have to tell you, root for Drew, for Dwayne Haskins. I thought, I was worried last night that he was going to become Aaron Rodgers, Brady Quinn sitting around for a while in his bowling alley party. But I get worn out by that comment that he sputtered after he got drafted. The rest of the league is going to pay for this. These guys that say, those teams that didn't draft me, they're going to pay. Come on.
They're not going to pay if they have a quarterback better than you or more
Chris Carter.
experienced.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
I mean, I like.
It is.
You
It
like
does get
guys
old.
that are
Don't you think
motivated, but
who was the first guy, Bud? That did that.
gosh.
They're going to pay. I mean, Johnny Manziel said it too, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
and we
kind
did.
of, yeah.
Unfortunately, it was reversed, and we paid.
I mean, did Brady Quinn do that too?
I don't think Brady. No, I don't think you do that walking out of Notre Dame.
It was Charlie
No,
Fry.
not usually.
I don't know.
But yeah, there
are a lot of them do
Having
do
a
it.
chip on your shoulder is one thing, and I think we see with Baker Mayfield, he makes that work for him. But yeah, everybody's going to pay.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I think it may have been Donovan McNabb may have had that axe to grind because he went after Couch and Achilles Smith, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And was booed.
Yeah, and well,
I mean, that was one of the worst.
That's my hometown. That's my hometown. I try not to
Yeah, I mean,
own up to
gosh.
those people.
From the place that blew
Let
Santa
me
Claus.
ask you, in Philly, have they? I know they took the Kate Smith statue down. Have they taken the Donovan McNabb one down yet, Bud?
As soon as they build it, somebody will take it
Okay,
down.
all right,
That's guaranteed.
All right. There's a GoFundMe page for the Donovan McNabb one, but
That's
as soon
right.
as it goes up, it's coming down.
The Detroit Lions are next to go here in round 2 as we're moving along here pretty nicely. The Browns, let's see, 6 more to go here until the Browns are coming up here. A little less than an hour into the second round of the NFL draft. Remember, the Browns also will pick in the 3rd round. They'll have the 16th pick in round number 3, the 80th pick overall, and that's, of course, barring any kind of transactions. Our first player from Hawaii is off the board. Jaylani Tavai, an inside linebacker, will head to the Detroit Lions.
I know nothing about him.
I don't know anything
I
about
had seen highlights of him the other day on one of the either ESPN or the NFL Network as they were spotlight shadowing him on plays. So he's a high tackle guy.
Yeah.
A really kind of a real effort guy that gets into the hole, sacrifices himself, but a big high tackle guy.
Linebacker is something they'll probably address, but maybe not in this round. But linebacker would be something they'll probably address to add to the depth, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Now remember, they got Chenard Avery in the 5th round.
Yes.
Last year, and boy, they hit on that. That was a big
huge.
hit for them. Dino, they have to get a linebacker. I mean, there's no doubt about it, and it's just by numbers they have to get a linebacker.
Right.
Not slamming Joe Schobert of the Pro Football Focus numbers on him or missed tackles because that's been being brought up an awful lot. I think it's just they need a linebacker. Jamie Collins is gone.
Right.
They need a young linebacker. There's no
you,
doubt.
What did you make of his season last year?
I thought it was disappointing.
Yeah.
And I think they were disappointed by it. I mean, it was the first thing they said, even when there was any discussion about, are you going to bring him back? And I think Dorsey came out and said, there were times I looked at it and, it was okay. But then there were other times, and I think that was very accurate, where it was a disappearing act. Yeah. There were times where you would see him make a play and go, bang, there it is. Yep. That's it.
That's why they went and got
That's why they
him.
went and got him. I mean, he's very, very special. But then there are games that you hardly called his name.
Right.
And I think that there were too many of those games.
And that's a problem for a linebacker.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to be...
Well, especially one that they gave so much money to.
Yeah, I mean...
And he had them, Dino, in a tremendous position because that was the Sashi Brown regime, and they made that deal and then said, we can't believe that Jamie Collins is here. Now we want to make sure that he still wants to be here. Yeah. And the way to do that is to throw a bag of money at him, and that's what they did. He didn't throw that kind of play back at them.
No. I mean, there just was not enough to justify.
And that's
that
was the problem when you're negotiating from 1-15 and 0-16.
Yep.
The player, the tail is wagging the dog on that situation, and I think he was a classic case of that. Yeah. There were times that he would make an all-pro play, and there were too many other plays where he wasn't even in the play.
So, just to expand, now that was Collins. why all of a sudden? I mean, and was it because just a bad night in Baltimore where Albert Breer goes on and says, hey, look, from the MMQB that, look, hey, there are teams when they talk to the Browns about trades, they're asking, or the name Joe Schobert's coming up in trade discussions. I was surprised to hear that. Everybody heck, look, people can call and ask the Browns about Baker Mayfield. You can always ask about players, but
right.
I was surprised to hear that Schobert's up there, but maybe teams are asking about him.
Well, he's a very smart player. He really is. He plays very, very smart football, and I think Greg Williams relied on him a great deal to get them lined up the proper way and to be able to read the play, and he did that very, very well. He is a super – he really is. I was talking to Joe Thomas last night, and I was kidding him and saying, hey, there hasn't been a Badger on the board yet. And he goes, no, you're right about that. Wisconsin players typically are really – effort guys that kind of are overachievers. Sometimes they're walk-ons.
Right.
I think Joe was a walk-on. Schobert was a walk-on.
You're right. You're right. Absolutely
at Wisconsin.
Right. Yeah.
You take a look at that, and when does that run out? When does the effort? When does that tank run out where you can only rely on that a certain amount of times,
right.
and then overall God-given talent takes over, and you need that to make certain plays. And I wonder if it's that. Schobert is a phenomenal guy. He's all about the team. But when he first came in to the league and came to the Browns, he was really described as being he'll have an amazing impact on special teams.
Yes, I remember that.
And then suddenly now he's your middle linebacker. Now he goes to a Pro Bowl. He was injured last year. Now they said when he got injured they were lost defensively because they couldn't find the player that could really man what he did from the thinking man's part of the game. But I think when he came back, if there was a problem with the tackling and the missed tackles, it might have been because he wasn't totally healed from the injury.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good assessment.
Hey, guys, Ian Rappaport, about 4 minutes ago now, says the Patriots and Browns are among the teams having discussions about trading up.
I think
There you go, yeah.
the Patriots may have just moved up here. I think they may have grabbed the Packers, by the way, with the 12th pick, they took let's see, Elgton Jenkins, a center from Mississippi State. And the Patriots are now on the clock. Then you've got the Colts, the Seahawks, the Dolphins, and the Browns. Are you able to stay around to the Browns pick, by the way? Okay.
The Patriots, some people. Let me throw a name at you. Irv Smith Jr.
Oh,
tight end
yes.
from Alabama.
Absolutely.
Could be the guy. Now, a lot of people thought they might go tight end at the end of the round
last night. I did too, actually.
And they didn't do it. Now I don't think that they could get up and get either one of those kids from Iowa. But Irv Smith Jr. would be the kind of player, and they need a tight end now.
Yes, they do.
They need a lot of things, actually. Yeah. And they got a wide receiver last night. I just throw that out there that might be an interesting pick for them.
Not the biggest guy target-wise, right? 6'2", 242, but
right.
But a guy that clearly has some big play capabilities.
Yeah, so the trade was with the Rams. So New England now has the 45th overall pick, and the Rams will pick up pick number 56 later here in the second round, plus a pick number 101, which I believe is in the fourth round. So basically, the Patriots parted with a fourth rounder and their second round pick to move up. And I agree, Jimmy. I agree. It feels like, if for Bill Belichick to move up, he's normally a guy that likes to trade down. I wonder if he wants to get this tight end problem locked in with a new guy.
Yeah, he could do that. He could also go corner. They've taken some hits over on the defensive side. They've had a lot of people move, and they've had a lot of coaches move with those people and leave the Patriot place. We'll see what he does. There's a tremendous reliance. I think Belichick has a tremendous amount of respect for Nick Saban and the Alabama staff. I only throw that out there. That's where Irv Smith Jr. played. I think Irv Smith Jr. was a blocking tight end too down there, and they run the ball so well. I don't know.
Yeah,
I just throw that out there.
Yeah, it just would be that feels like a Belichick type of move here if that's what he wants to do.
All right, Jim, I'm sure you know what this means. The scouting report on Irv Smith Jr. says he does a good job stemming his routes.
Yeah, what would that be? Stemming. his
Stemming,
route, you know?
stemming, yeah.
Stopping.
Brian? Huh?
Browns have traded up. All
Or
right.
Browns have traded
With
up.
the Patriots?
Or do they trade up with the Colts? They may have traded up with the Colts. Oh, the Browns are on the clock
How about
now.
that? Here we go.
Second.
Here we go.
46.
No wonder,
46.
All right.
Jim said he was going to stick around.
Now I'm going to
Yes.
throw Greedy Williams at you.
Yeah.
You know, as the defensive back from LSU.
Well, the Patriots are making their selection.
Patriots are picking now at 45. The Browns are going to be, and the Patriots took a cornerback, Joejuan Williams,
Okay,
from Vanderbilt. And I wonder though if Greedy Williams or if it's maybe it's Justin Lane or if it's somebody else.
Yeah.
But you know, if you look at defense, according to ESPN, we'll look at the best available here as the Patriots pick officially comes out. I mean, if you look at best available defensive backs right at the moment, cornerbacks, Greedy Williams is number 1, Justin Lane 2, Julian Love, Notre Dame guy, Jimmy will like him, 3, Lonnie Johnson from Kentucky 4, and David Long from Michigan 5.
Well, we know there's a strong connection between Dorsey and Ballard in Indianapolis. To move up 3 picks, Jim, what do you think they had to
They
give
have
up,
a
fifth rounder?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Probably,
say
I would definitely
one of those
think
fifth
one of the
rounders.
fifth rounders.
Yeah.
So they
would
could
go.
still keep their. There's no
Here
way
we
they
go.
had to give
Yeah.
up 80.
Browns are the Browns are on the board.
They took Greedy Williams.
They took Greedy Williams.
There you go. Great move.
Greedy,
I mean, a great
Greedy
move. Wow.
Williams. Wow.
That is a
Now you're saying that just because of the name.
I
Now,
li-
Jim's
yeah,
saying
I
that
told
'cause-
you, but I told you right when we started. I would love if the Browns took if they took a cornerback by the name of Greedy Williams. That would be tremendous.
You know, if you watch on Saturday afternoons the SEC and you watch LSU play, that is an NFL defense
Yep.
that they play, and they play it with NFL players.
Well, especially
I
the
mean,
defensive
they have like
backs.
6 or 7 guys, you know, defensively that end up. I mean, you know, they have the linebacker this year. I mean, you know, they play great defense down there, and this is if this is the pick, and I presume it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic move. Now you got your corners.
I mean,
Wow.
Jimmy, you sit there and you say it's the Patrick Peterson, the Honey Badger. I mean, LSU comes. They just absolutely produce great defensive backs.
Well, the athleticism, Dino, of those guys. I mean, you know, they get the athletic ability of an LSU player. Aside from quarterback, okay, which has kept them from probably having a run like Alabama of winning national titles. The fact that they have never really been able to solve the quarterback situation, but everywhere else, they are of NFL ability, whether it's an offensive lineman, defensive back, safety,
Yep.
running back. I mean, they got it all. I mean, look at the wide receivers we have now, both out of LSU. The only problem they had, nobody could get them the ball, right?
Yeah.
It's always been the quarterback thing.
Let's tell you about the guy who is about to be come. He's not been officially picked yet, but we know the Browns will select Greedy Williams from LSU. He came out early. He was a junior, 6'2", 185 pounds. He ran a 4.37 40 at the combine. Andres is his real name, but he goes by Greedy. That was his nickname given to him by his grandmother when he was young. Young man who had 11 pass breakups, led the SEC with 6 interceptions last year. Just a guy that first team all conference, 33 tackles, second team Associated Press All American.
Yeah, supposedly not the greatest against the run, but you know.
Hey, what the heck?
Hey, that's right. We'll work with them. They'll work with them on that.
Which is probably why he lived.
Let Ogunjobi do it. All right, that's what I always say.
But Jimmy, you know what? He's 6'2".
Yeah, and I think that's the magic number. I mean, Justin Lane is 6'2", I think too. But this kid is. Gosh, I remember watching them play, and it was early in the year. They were playing Auburn, and they were at Auburn, and it was an amazing game, and it was a one-score game, and LSU had the lead, but they were really nursing it, and that defense would go out there time in and time out, and those corners would just make plays, and that Devin White, the linebacker, would make plays. They are you need defensive players And I know a lot of people say, well, you go to Alabama to find them. Let me tell you something. You maybe should go to Baton Rouge to find them.
Yeah.
And the Browns just found one. And, boy, you put Denzel Ward and Greedy Williams out there now. Man, that is a good-looking
It's
secondary.
like you said, it's
You got-
like your Dixon and Minifield.
Yeah. And Dixon and Minifield would be thrilled that you're using their names.
Yes, yes, they would. From NFL.com, the scouting report: long, athletic cornerback, more smooth and fluid than twitchy and sudden in his coverage.
Thank goodness, because
Yes.
I can't stand Twitch.
Yeah, twitchy is not
And
good.
obviously stemming, too, John.
Yeah, that's right.
But
Williams has the instincts and tools to play a variety of coverages. His length and pattern matching talent will get him drafted to handle press man duties. There it
Yeah,
is.
there it is.
He needs to get stronger and more competitive in run support, but has the talent and traits
Yeah.
to become a CB1.
Okay.
And that's,
There you
I think,
go,
what the
yeah.
Browns
Yeah,
are
there you
counting
go.
on.
Now we'll see what they gave up in
the rest of the draft.
to-
But anyway,
But our colleague Ben Axelrod just tweeted this, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, Greedy Williams in a lot of mock drafts
Was in the first
projected
round,
as a
yeah.
first-round
Yeah,
guy,
yeah.
and the Browns had to make a minimal move up to take him. I mean, again, we haven't gotten the
and we
official
all know how
word.
reliable mock drafts are.
Mock drafts, they're never wrong. Mock drafts are like Wikipedia. It's never wrong. Are you kidding me? But, Greedy Williams is coming to the Browns. So we will see Gil Brandt, the former Cowboys executives, NFL.com, says Greedy was his 27th ranked player. I know my guy in Cleveland liked him. Well, there it is.
you go. Yeah. That's why Gil Brandt's going into the Hall of Fame.
That's exactly right.
Huh?
The great ones, the great ones know the great ones.
Do you ever hear Gil Brandt when he's on NFL radio? And I listen to him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Like, let's use Greedy Williams, for instance. He'll say, this kid Greedy Williams, I mean, one time, he was at an ice cream shop when he was in 8th grade, and the guy said, you going to eat all of that? You're greedy. And I'm just making that up, but it's pretty good. But that's the kind of stuff Gil Brandt goes through. I mean, it's unbelievable. You go, where the heck did you come up with that?
Well, I started covering football back when Vermeil was the Eagles coach, and they played the Cowboys twice a year, and I loved calling Gil Brandt.
You could call him up.
Then you could
Yeah.
call
You
him
would
up
call
and
him
talk
up?
to him whenever. Tex Schramm, Gil Brandt. They all had great stories to tell. They were just so immersed in
Right.
what they were doing.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
The Browns gave up to move up what ended up being 3 spots with the Colts. They gave up pick number 144, which is, I believe, is a 5th rounder, if I'm not mistaken. Not bad. Not bad.
It's kind of what we thought, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they keep their 3rd and 4th.
Well, I have enjoyed this.
Yes,
This
I know.
was,
We know you got. We know
historic.
you have other duties. Please come back and see us
Okay.
when your radio duties and other things are
Thank you
done,
very
and
much.
we'll see you later.
All right.
Thanks for stopping
Thanks,
by.
Jim.
That
the
is
voice of the Browns.
That is an open invitation.
Absolutely.
Yes. Jim Donovan joining us here at the table as he was with us here as the Browns select LSU cornerback Greedy Williams with the 46th overall pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the 14th pick in the 2nd round. The Browns essentially moved up 3 spots to get him, and as Bud said, they did so with a 5th rounder. That's you know what? That's not bad at all, Bud.
No,
not
that's
bad at all.
Yeah, and I think what we saw just this measured approach. I made fun of early on about Dorsey can do no wrong, but in this case, he saw these corners falling toward him, right? Mm-hmm. So why make a big move up and give up more than what you have to? I think he was smart in moving up three spots. You give up a 5th, you already have you have 2 more, and it doesn't feel like a loss later in the draft.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. It doesn't feel like a reach either, Bud. I mean, how many times have we, we've sat here in Berea and, the Browns take a guy that, most experts, and of course we joke with mock drafts and experts, but guys that probably would have been there and they wouldn't have had to move up if they had waited till the next round or something.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy again that had 1st round grade written on him. That they for the low price of a 5th rounder, they go and they take him. And I mean, I would think I'm going to guess that whoever comes down to speak in the media room just outside of where we are in a few minutes will say that Greedy Williams is going to have an opportunity to be a starter right away for the Browns.
Yeah. Listen, he's not, if a guy ends up in the 2nd round, usually he's a good player, but there's obviously some people that have like some questions about him. It's certainly not speed with this guy.
No.
It's not size. So it seems to be that he's not the most physical guy. You know, can you coach that? Yeah, you can. And guys become better tacklers with good coaching. Yeah, that's what good coaching's supposed to do. It hasn't always worked here, as we've seen over the years, but it hasn't worked in other places either. So they gave up their first of the 3 5th-rounders to move up 3 spots. If you want to nitpick, you'd say, I wish they gave up their last of the 5th. But
their 5th rounds, yeah. But
at this point, I think it's a good pick for them. And you know, I think I know Jim talks about in terms of having 2 shutdown corners, but I think the Denzel Ward injuries last year scares this team.
I do too.
And you know, whether that's fair or not, whether it's a big enough sample size to warrant being concerned, but concussions are different. They're not, you know, a guy getting his arm nicked up or his bicep, you know, hurt. It's, you know, it's pretty serious stuff. And this at least not only gives them a tandem possibility, but gives them some insurance should, you know, one of their starting corners go down. They have another guy that they know can play the position and play it at a high level.
Yeah, because I mean, here's the thing: you've got to have a secondary. You've got to be able, you know, if you're matched up in a playoff game against like the Kansas City Chiefs or the Los Angeles Chargers, you know, to have those top wide receivers. I mean, we saw that last year when the Browns played both those teams. I mean, you've got to be able to, you know, play the coverages and be able to match up against some of the best wide receivers in the AFC. And, you know, whether or not you have 2 great starters or you just have depth, you got to be able to do it. So, I mean, that's and a lot of people are I'm seeing on Twitter comparing Greedy Williams to a Barkevious Mingo. You know, no, I mean, because Barkevious Mingo, I mean, the whole thing was, well, you know, he's fast, he can play anywhere. This is a little different.
But that name still gets brought up on Twitter enough that Joe Banner reacts every time. It's like poking a bear with a stick if you bring up Barkevious Mingo to him.
Yeah, you're guaranteed a response.
Yeah, but you know, it was a not only a position of need, but a position of some strength in this draft, and I think those are, you know, the reason why we saw this draft sort of setting up for the Browns even before it began was that it was deep in some areas that they needed, and not necessarily linebacker. I don't mean that because that's not the case at linebacker in this draft, but in defensive line and in corner. Now, we saw in defensive line, there was the run so early on defensive linemen that it pushed some of the corners down to them. So it worked out fine. What else has happened?
Let's see, the Seahawks, because, I mean, basically, we've had 4 straight trades here. The Seahawks took a safety out of Utah, Marquise Blair, with the 47th pick. That means the New Orleans Saints are on the clock, and then the Colts taking the Browns pick would follow there. Now, I wouldn't expect the Browns to trade back into the second round. One never knows. It's a it's a long night. They could, if somebody falls, you can never know.
There's a spot. Whenever I see that horseshoe show up, I think, well, there's a place that Dorsey might trade up to because he and Chris Ballard are really tight. They have a good relationship, and that's what tends to happen on draft night.
Or there's right around there. I see a couple of Kansas City Chief.
That's true
spots
too. Right.
there. Yeah.
If he wanted to come back.
If he wanted to come back up.
I don't foresee that happening.
Yeah. I mean, I think they addressed a major need with the pick of Greedy Williams, the young man from LSU. What's happening now? The Browns will have a quick press conference in the media room and also set up a conference call with reporters with Greedy Williams. And then at some point, we'll hear from Ben Axelrod. He will be taking part in that conference call, and then he'll come in and tell us what the guys in the room had to say about Greedy Williams.
And it'll be some hard-hitting questions.
Yes.
Like, how did you get that name?
How did you, even though I could tell you right now how he got his nickname because his grandma gave him his nickname, but when he was young, but the circumstance, now the specific circumstance,
we have to
I don't
get
know.
to the bottom of this.
Yes.
No stone goes unturned on draft night.
But
so we're talking about connections between GMs. Remember what a big deal it was, or at least a big deal we made it to be when the Browns and Steelers traded on draft day when Banner and Lombardi were here.
Yes.
And I can't remember the player. It was a third and fourth round
kind of
thing that they did, but it had been the first time since whenever, maybe the beginning of time.
Yes.
Since those two teams actually worked together. And I remember talking to Banner about that. And Banner said, if we trust our judgment, I'm not afraid to trade with division opponents because we believe we're making the best move and we're hurting them by doing what we're doing. Like if that move is to our advantage and benefits us, it's to the detriment of the team that we're dealing with. And I think in that case, it was probably a wash. I don't think either player turned out to be great shakes for either franchise.
But I remember, I mean, that was like, wait a minute, the Browns and Steelers. I mean,
we're going to get to the bottom.
We're going to get to the bottom of this. There's got to be something involved.
Don't we have? Yeah, don't we have an audience that can call in? And
seriously. Yeah, I know. It's like I want to go 216-57. From just asking you on Facebook, by the way, what you think about the Browns taking Greedy Williams from Colette. I think it was an awesome pick. He'll be playing with former LSU teammates. Now, I don't know, Colette, if I wouldn't think Greedy Williams would have played with either Jarvis Landry or Odell Beckham, but I'm sure there's a connection. I mean, I get what you're saying there. We're now going to call Cleveland the new LSU North. Well, listen, you're right about that. I mean, and that's not a bad thing, as Jim Donovan just said a few minutes ago. That's if you're trying to get speed and athleticism and talent. Going to Baton Rouge is not a bad place to find those types of players.
Yeah. I remember when I worked in Atlanta for about 6 years, we covered every SEC game, and I used to go into Baton Rouge for some of those night games. And it's an atmosphere that I've never come across anywhere else in college football. And it may be because it had that night element to it. But fast, athletic, crowds going crazy. If you can play at LSU and play well in front of those crowds and in those situations and in those big games, I think it says a lot.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The Saints have themselves a new center. No, it's not Jeff Fain. It's Eric McCoy, center from Texas A&M. And I mean, I think Ian Rappaport's exactly right. He comes in, replaces Max Unger, and he kind of helps to rebuild that offensive line for New Orleans.
I'm sure Drew Brees is not
unhappy.
No,
I would think so. There's a horseshoe on the board. The Colts are on the clock. They're right now drafting with the Browns pick now at 49. So they're still. It's amazing to me. Some of the guys that are still out there. And this happens. I mean, Jimmy mentioned like a name like Irv Smith, the best tight end. On the board is still there. A couple of really good wide receivers that had first-round grades are still out there.
Yeah, I'm looking at ESPN had put out their list of top players still available. I'm sorry if you just said DK Metcalf still up there. Ryan Finley, quarterback from NC State, might be the next quarterback to go, although I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Miles Sanders from Penn State, running back. Running backs to me have always been, I thought that one of the best things Dorsey did, and I know there was a real drumbeat going on in this town for Saquon Barkley at one point last year. I think the smartest thing he did there, obviously, it wasn't just because of Baker, but he got Chubb where Chubb should have gone in the draft, and Chubb might be 86% of Saquon Barkley or whatever. I mean, Chubb's very good.
Yes.
And he's going to be a really good back, and he's exactly the right kind of guy you want. Guy who, and I'll sound old-fashioned, and people say, oh, yeah, well, the no fun league. But when's the last time you saw Chubb make anything about himself?
No.
He scores, he hands the ball off, he goes and does his job.
Yep.
He's a perfect guy for this locker room.
Yeah, I mean, and there's nothing. I mean, I have no problem with Jarvis Landry and Baker Mayfield. And some of the things that they were doing. We saw when they were mic'd up and having fun. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, there's also something to be said for that lunch pail workman-like blue-collar attitude, and that's what resonates very well in this town.
And along with talent, I mean. This thought that Kareem Hunt's going to walk in Week 9 and Nick Chubb's suddenly going to be on the sideline or have to compromise his playing time and all. I don't believe it. I think he's really good. I think he's got a chance of being a really, really good back in this league for a long time. As long as backs last in this league.
Yeah. And as long as he he stays healthy. Yeah, stays healthy. I mean, I would agree with you. Yeah, you mentioned DK Metcalf is still available.
It's just a speed thing with him, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, they must be questioning whether he's going to get much separation. But boy, what a physically talented guy he is.
The funny thing was, just to tell the story, in the off season, in mock drafts and in people's evaluations, he was a guy that was given a first round grade, and he could be a guy that could be in the top 15. And so on Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is never wrong, but also I think Kuiper and some other people had mentioned that he was related to Eric Metcalf, the Cleveland Browns great that we all loved watching here for so many years. So when we were at the Cleveland Sports Awards, I asked Eric at the end. We were talking to Eric Metcalf about a bunch of other things, and I said, "Hey, tell me about DK. First thing, is he related to you or whatever?" And he looks at me, he goes, "Man," he goes, "I am so tired of hearing that." He goes, "We're actually not related." He goes, "If we were related, he's good. So I guess he may be related, and I just don't know about it." But it's interesting. Yeah, 6'3", 228 pounds. Somebody will get a receiver that can come in and help them late in the round. Yeah, our guy Chris Fedor mentioning.
Chris Fedor's talking, and I don't remember this, but I trust that he does.
Yes,
and he says that Greedy demolished DK Metcalf one-on-one earlier this year. Calls it a steal in the second round, and that's why you don't panic and trade into round one.
Yeah. We've got, by the way, more about Greedy Williams right now at WKYC.com. John Dorsey is in the media room with Freddie Kitchens talking, and we'll get a rundown of what they have to say here coming up. Dorsey describes Greedy Williams as the prototypical cornerback. Freddie Kitchens saying he would rather have bigger cornerbacks rather than smaller guys. And it's not to say they don't love to have Denzel Ward. They do. But to have a different kind of player on the other side of the field, I think they're pretty happy. Corners are paid, Dorsey on Greedy Williams tackling. Corners are paid to cover.
Yep, that's good point.
Yeah. Let the safeties handle that.
Who would agree with that? Deion Sanders.
That's
would agree
right.
with that.
Yeah, let Demarius Randall and Morgan Burnett and the rest of the Brown safeties worry about that.
And Freddie Kitchens on John Dorsey says, watching John work in there is something else. I've never been on that side of things.
Yeah, you have to imagine for Freddie Kitchens, a guy who had spent his career as a position coach, and you're not, on the night of the draft, you're not in the war room. I mean, you might be in your office, you're nearby if somebody has a scouting or evaluation question for you, but you're generally not in that war room. Well, for the first time in his life, Freddie Kitchens is in that room, and I have to imagine it's got to be exciting and fun, and but also, hey, look, he's the head coach. It's like, hey, listen, you're not the running backs coach anymore. You're not the quarterbacks coach. You're not even the offensive coordinator. You're the head coach, Freddie.
Yeah, when you step back from it a little bit, Dino, and you look at what he has walked into, and I don't mean that he didn't deserve it or earn any of it. He certainly did. But my goodness, you go from running backs coach to suddenly the head coach of a team that has its answer at quarterback, has just traded for one of the great wide receivers in the game, has an emerging tight end, has skill position players, has a terrific running back.
Yep.
And we think an offensive coordinator, I should say a head coach, who as an offensive coordinator really connected with the quarterback.
Yes.
And played to, called plays to his strengths. And it's a terrific situation. Now, certainly there's going to be more for Freddie Kitchens to master and to deal with as a head coach that he never had to consider before. And media, disciplining players, all of that stuff is, how heavily involved they get in the defense. All of that's going to be, something that he has to figure out, in real time. But, wow. Most guys, when they get their first head coaching job in this league, it's not in this situation with a proven general manager and the best talent in the division.
No, you're the guy. You're the guy who has to inherit the 1-15 team and start from scratch.
Yeah. And by the time you figure it out, you're usually gone.
You're usually gone. You're the guy who makes way for the next guy. Not the case here. Just quick update as far as the draft goes. The tight end Irv Smith Jr. is now off the board. The Minnesota Vikings took him with the 18th pick of the second round, the 50th overall pick. The Colts, by the way, after trading with the Browns, take Ben Benogu. He is an outside linebacker from TCU.
Well, the Colts, I think, feel like they've answered a lot of things offensively because of coming back from the shoulder problem. And defensively, they have to get a lot better, and I think they know that.
Yeah, you almost, if you're the Colts and you sit there and you watch what happened out west with the emergence of the Chiefs, the emergence of the Chargers as huge offensive talents, and then you look over and you even see the Browns and say, well, the rest of the AFC is catching up, offensively. We better make sure we can stop some people in December and January if we're gonna be legitimate Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah, when Ben and I had Jim last night, I said to him, do you think teams draft specifically for the competition in their division? And what I was getting at is, if you're this Pittsburgh Steelers and you've watched what was building here last year and watched what they did in the offseason and bring Odell Beckham in here, and you look at your defense without Ryan Shazier, I mean, it may have looked like an obvious pick regardless in picking, it was Derek Bush, right?
Yeah.
But it addresses a neat, like if you're going to get to the playoffs, you're probably going to have to win your division. And to deal with the Cleveland Browns right now, you better be able to deal with wide receivers who can run now and a dynamic offense. And the Steelers, I don't think right now, as are constructed, are good enough defensively to handle the Browns next year. Now, that may change. It's really early. We know that that's a good organization, and they'll probably find even more players in this draft that help them. But you can see why they didn't say, "Wow, maybe we'll get a wide receiver this year to replace Antonio Brown."
Right.
They knew they had to deal with a
they had to
Cleveland
figure out
team
they
that's
had to figure
emerging.
out the Shazier situation. John Dorsey said he came into today wanting to draft the best player available. Greedy Williams, the highest rated player. He'll be the highest paid player on the second round. But no, I mean, the Greedy Williams was the highest rated player on the Browns board when they took him, according to Dorsey. So, yeah, I mean, that's he solves the position of need, but he's and Dorsey said he was surprised that Greedy Williams was still there. We thought he might be gone in the first 5 picks as well.
Well, I've been covering these drafts going back to 78, I think, in Philadelphia when I was covering the Eagles. And
Were you like 5 years old?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yes.
And we would always joke that whoever GM was going to come in when he made his pick was going to say, "We didn't think the guy would be there when we picked." That's
exactly.
But in this case, I think it really is true.
Yeah.
I don't think they expected him to be there, and I think they're elated. And I think that's why we saw them jump a couple spots, because they didn't want to take any chance that somebody would come in and take them off the board.
Another quote from John Dorsey about Greedy Williams as they were talking to coaches in college and everything, getting a full scouting report and a full kind of a dossier on Greedy. One of the coaches told the Browns that they think Williams is one of the most gifted cornerbacks to ever come through LSU. I mean, we just mentioned a couple names, and Patrick Peterson and the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu a few minutes ago. But, I mean, there have been some really good corners at LSU for a really long time. And to hear that, you sit there and you go, wow, that's high praise.
Yeah, it's like, back in the day, if you heard that somebody was the best linebacker at Penn State in 20 years, you'd say, wow, that's saying something. There's some context there.
So the Browns are wrapping things up here with John Dorsey and Freddie Kitchens. It would lead one to believe that probably they're done here in the second round, too, if they came down. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock, by the way. A.J. Brown, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, he's one of the guys we thought might go a little bit earlier in this round. He heads to the Tennessee Titans with the 19th pick of the second round, so we'll see him in week 1.
Yes. yeah, that'll be an interesting game to
I
start.
love
the season.
that. I'm excited about that game because I think you've got, it's not prime time. It's like you said. I think you said
kind of a
earlier. It's
soft
just kind of a
opening,
soft
yeah.
opening. But you've got the Baker against Mariota, the Heisman Trophy quarterbacks going against each other, and the Titans have to feel like, well, at some point we got to break through and win this AFC South, and the Browns are ready. They think that to challenge for the playoffs. I think it makes for a really important first game for both those teams.
Yeah, it's either a launching pad to a big Monday night game, or it gives them an early indication of what they need to work on to be ready for 2 primetime games in a row, which is going to be the Jets, and then I think they follow up with the Rams.
With the Rams,
correct?
and it's fair or unfair, but I mean, Jimmy talked about this the night the schedule came out when he and I did about an hour-long schedule reaction show. It would almost be, what you're hoping and just sitting here going, please make this happen, that the Browns would be 2-0 for that game against the Rams, for their first Sunday night game in 11 years, to be 2-0 and really have the nation watching them as they hopefully would take that next step up. The Bengals, by the way, are on the clock, and Cincinnati has chosen a tight end because they've never had enough tight ends in Cincinnati. Drew Sample out of Washington. I remember watching him in the Rose Bowl. The Washington Husky Drew Sample is now a Cincinnati Bengal.
As I scroll down the list of
Best avails.
top available players,
He was nowhere to be found.
he's not there, but that doesn't mean anything. This is just somebody's opinion, right?
Yeah, but that's it's been a very quiet second round for the rest of the AFC North other than the Browns. Sample, 6'5", 255 pounds, a reliable receiver, outstanding ball skills. Whoever studied him, but didn't drop a pass in the 8 games I studied him for the last 2 years. Deliberate route runner, struggles to separate, not much of a big play threat. So there you have it.
Well, you don't always need a tight end who's going to, be Gronkowski, right?
Right.
But, for Andy Dalton, I'm sure that probably feels like a pretty big get right now in that offense.
Yeah, and I joke because think about the Bengals. I mean, they've had Gresham and Eifert. It seems like they've always had more than at least one or more really good tight ends on that football team. So
here we go. We're going down that list again of best available. DK Metcalf is still sitting there. Paris Campbell. Juan Thornhill, who you had mentioned earlier from Virginia, the corner is still there. David Long, corner from Michigan, is still there.
Draymond Jones is still there.
Yeah, Draymond Jones from Ohio State is still there. It's Dorsey said there were going to be a lot of really good players coming off in the second and third round, and judging by this list, he's not wrong.
Yeah, I really. There wasn't a whole lot of sizzle in terms of big, outside obviously Murray, Bosa. There really wasn't, those headline names like we had last year with Barkley and Mayfield and Darnold, and but really good, solid players. From the middle, top or middle of first round, really now into the end of the second round. I mean, there are guys with first round grades who are still on the board.
All right, so we now have a Freddie Kitchens quote.
Oh, here we go.
Which may match Whoop the Hell?
Yeah.
Okay. He said he talked to Greedy Williams on the phone tonight and said Greedy was giddy.
Greedy was giddy.
So how long before he becomes Giddy Williams?
That's going to be that'll be a T-shirt. Greedy was giddy. That is great. Freddie Kitchens was asked because Greedy Williams did not play in LSU's bowl game. He said, this is from Freddie Kitchens, quote, "It didn't bother me. It might have bothered LSU." Do you pay a lot of attention to that?
I don't
the way that's been a trend now that's picked up over these last couple of years in college football.
It doesn't bother me at all. And I know some people feel like guys who do that are being selfish. I just look at the opportunities that's in front of them and the fact that there's so much money in college football, and while they get scholarships, they don't get a lot of the money that's in college football. Mm-hmm. And I think if they're being advised by good, smart people, and that's the advice that they've done their thing for their school at that point. And it'd be another thing if they decided they didn't want to play in a
College
SEC
football
championship
playoff or
game
whatever,
a
yeah.
college football, a game in the semifinals or finals. And I think that's totally different. But in a bowl game that really isn't going to do much other than showcase that school to new recruits or existing recruits who are making up their minds, I don't have a big problem with that at all.
The second round continuing here as we have just a few more to go here before we start round number 3. By the way, Houston Texans still have 2 second-round picks coming up, so keep an eye on that for potential trade. The Kansas City Chiefs still have 2 second-round picks to go. Right now, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock with pick number 21. It's the 53rd overall pick in the second round. The Cleveland Browns Brain Trust talking in the media room next door to us here as telling us more about Greedy Williams. You can read more about him right now at WKYC.com. He is the newest member of the Cleveland Browns, taken via a trade. If you're just kind of joining us here, the Browns made a small trade with the Indianapolis Colts, moved up from 49 overall to 46, parted with the 144th overall pick. That's a 5th rounder. And they took Greedy Williams, the best player on their board, with that 46th pick, the 14th pick of round number 2. And the Browns did say that they talked to Greedy Williams at the Combine, that they had an actual interview there. And, we sit there and you say, well, how important are those 10 or 15-minute conversations? They really start that ball rolling in a lot of cases. And apparently it did with Greedy.
We know we always hear about the crazy questions that get asked, and the Browns have been part of that. Remember a couple of years ago, people, prospects were telling reporters later that some of the Browns coaches were asking him, how many uses for a paperclip can you come up with in a minute? I mean, stuff like that. That tends to get some of the notice, because they're such weird questions. Mm-hmm. But those 15 minutes are pretty important, I think, just in seeing how a guy reacts. Or in the case of guys that have had issues, you want to see whether they try to kick the can down the road on answering your questions about it, or whether they're owning it. And I think one of the more famous things was Dorsey approaching Baker Mayfield, whether this happened at the Combine or not, I'm not sure, but saying, I hear you like, food trucks, because Baker had that incident,
Mm-hmm.
And so they try to see what the kid's going to say. Is the kid going to get quiet?
Yeah,
or
is he going
to deny?
Yeah, right.
Oh, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Or is he going to say, I screwed up? And,
Is he going to own? Is he going to own it and be able to, to own it and then move forward with
exactly.
it? Yeah.
So I think those are important first steps. Now, obviously, they get to spend more time with these guys when they come back for private workouts. But I do think it's important to see these guys are under stress. I mean, anybody that's had to go through a job interview, just one job interview, you know how you freak out about stuff. Well, these guys are going through. They're going from your hotel room and for 15 minutes to
the next
5
yeah,
more.
Yep, yep.
And sometimes that stress can reveal a lot about a guy.
Because, you're going into people's backgrounds and you're saying, tell me about this. Tell me about these, one moment of your life that may have gone wrong. 2 players have come off the board here in the last couple of moments. This is interesting. Philadelphia Eagles have taken a running back with the 21st pick of the second round. That's number 53 overall, Miles Sanders from Penn State. Mm-hmm. And the reason why that's interesting is the Eagles have been a team that's been linked to the Browns as a possible partner for a trade for Duke Johnson. Well, the Eagles, at least at this point, they drafted a rookie running back, so we'll see about that. And then another corner's off the board, Lonnie Johnson Jr. From Kentucky. He'll head to the Houston Texans with the 22nd pick of the second round.
Well, the Eagles will know. That's my hometown team, so
yes.
I watch them with some interest, and they have to not build an offense, but they have to give Carson Wentz every possible way to not only succeed but stay
healthy. Yes.
And having a running back who has top-end speed according to the pre-draft analysts, good blend of size. He's 5'11", 211, so he's not huge, but he's got good size. I think that'll help those guys in the long run. And again, I don't know that, like if you gave up Duke was a third rounder, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if you just traded Duke, you're not going to get what are you going to get back right now?
I mean,
fifth?
I think if you got a fifth for him, I think you'd probably feel pretty good.
Yeah, so,
honestly.
I mean, maybe there's still a way that they package him with a fifth and they get something else in this draft that a guy they project could be a starter within a couple years. But I wouldn't be in a hurry to meet his. I don't want to say demand, but his wish is to be traded. But if I were them, I'd give that some time.
Yeah.
You never know we don't know. I mean, running back is such a tough position and so subject to pounding that you trade him and you get into camp and who knows, you lose Nick Chubb for a couple months.
Well, and I guess that's the point. I guess you sit there and you go, even when Kareem Hunt gets back, you still want that change of pace guy who can do various things for you to help you win. I'm with you. I don't think he's ever really been fully utilized. I think Hugh Jackson may have came the closest to doing that in 2017 and that awful year the Browns had, but I think at least maybe they came the closest to looking at his potential. I mean, Duke's not a guy I would find a way to put the ball in his hands 15 times a game. That doesn't mean 12 runs up the middle. I mean, you figure out how to get the ball to him in space and let him open up with his speed.
One of the things that I always hear from some fans, not many, but they'll say, well, if I talk about why a guy's valuable, why you should try to keep him, they'll say, oh yeah, well you went 1-15 with him and 0-16. How good was he? Well, okay. You lost a lot of games with Joe Thomas, too. Would it have made sense to trade Joe Thomas? No.
Right.
So every player has value that needs to be measured separately from the one-loss record. And especially in positions where they're not it's not the quarterback. He doesn't have the ball in his hands all the time. I mean, Duke Johnson was really at the mercy of how he was being used.
Right, totally.
So
I totally agree.
I've always liked him and always thought that he had more value than he had the opportunity to show.
A tweet from Jarvis Landry has just popped up as he goes, another cat with 4 tigers, saying, "At Greedy, welcome to the land." So that's, and again, somebody had brought it up on Facebook a little earlier that, another LSU Tiger is here in Cleveland. And, his Twitter handle is really it's at Greedy. I mean, that's it. That's all. At Greedy.
You like him even more now.
I do. Well, I have to follow him now, so there it is. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, it's just a great nickname. I mean, and it's like you said, it's going to be a guy that, with the nickname that he has, you could put a T-shirt, if he gets a couple of picks. And Odell Beckham apparently has also reached out, at least I think on Instagram here. Or my guy Jason Gibbs, I think, mentioned here that Odell reached out on Instagram. Dorsey says, quote, "This is a heck of a pick about Greedy Williams. This is a really good pick."
Yeah, Tony Grossi tweeted that Dorsey, mentioned how much he liked the pick 3 times in
about 10 minutes.
So, if it has a little different feel from when Hugh Jackson was saying the same thing about Cody Kessler.
Yes, yeah. I mean that night, the whole trust me. I mean that was as close as I've ever heard of my friend Bruce Hooley having a stroke that night. He was on the air. Bruce just absolutely went crazy. It was unbelievable. The Houston Texans did not trade out of the second round pick. Their second round pick. They went back to back. Max Sharping was the other pick. The second MAC player off the board tonight from Northern Illinois, the offensive tackle. He goes to the Texans with the 23rd pick of round number 2. So we're down to, I think, the last, 8 or 9 picks here of the second round, and then we'll head to the third here. A lot of you jumping up here on Facebook saying the Browns needed to get a corner in the second round. Great pick, says Heck. He also says, "Let's go Eagles." So apparently, he's like you. He's an Eagle fan. Michael Davis said for the Packers, they made their best pick yet. What was that pick? Jenkins, the center. Okay, well, You know, if you think you got to protect Aaron Rodgers, protect the front of Aaron Rodgers. I can see that. The Chiefs are on the clock. They've got 2 second-round picks coming up here, number 24 and then number 29 of the second round.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I'm the Chiefs and I'm dealing with the situation they are right now with Tyreek Hill, if I weren't already looking at wide receiver, I would be looking at wide receiver.
Yes.
You have such a dynamic quarterback, and certainly anything you can do to make him more successful is the way you have to go.
And apparently, Odell Beckham has on Instagram has made a shot of video, and he's yelling greedy, greedy. He's excited.
Yes.
So I mean, this is when you can get your LSU guys excited to have Greedy here. Again, I can't imagine they played with him, but they know him, and so it's going to be it's a comfortable fit.
Yeah, and I think I just saw after I gave that big speech about what the Chiefs need to do, I think I just saw that they may have traded out of that pick.
I think they did. Let's see. Did they trade with the Rams? Yeah, I think they traded with the Rams.
So maybe they don't see.
They may not see the value.
They see it the way I do, which is that they're going to have to replace a really dynamic wide receiver next year. Maybe they won't. Maybe that situation will work out and they won't lose him. But.
I don't. Boy, it's there's going to be a lot of pressure on that organization. Because of what happened with Kareem Hunt.
Sure.
And there's going to be I think it's going to be really, really interesting. Apparently it is the Chiefs still picking.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
All right.
yeah, so Kansas City will and that pick is in, by the way, here, so we'll find out momentarily who it is. I'm with you. I would almost think, a guy like DK Metcalf would make a ton of sense to ensure that they've got some wide receivers there just in case the Hill situation goes the way many think it will go.
Yeah. Well, clearly there must be questions about Metcalf's separation. Not that I'm a scout by any means, but when you look at his physical size and ability, it's hard to imagine that he's lasted this long.
Yeah. The other name to keep in mind, also think about Paris Campbell, though. He's now
true.
He might be as a wide receiver. He might be somebody that they look at as well. It looks like the pick was about to be announced by the Chiefs. Let's see who we got here, guys. Let's see. We haven't had. We got the Browns trade and pick before anybody else.
Well, that's because the Browns sprinted up to the podium. That's how happy they were.
Yeah, they couldn't. They absolutely couldn't believe it. Let's see. They did take a wide receiver. They took Mecole Hardman, who ran from Georgia. He ran a 4.33 40.
Well, there's a speed guy for you. I got to tell you, I don't know that much.
I don't
Mecole
either.
Hardman, so.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, here we go. Let's see.
He was on Bud's big board, but not very high. Not very. He's not, and Mecole is not very tall either.
Pre-draft analysis: he's a speedy, undersized receiver and return man with smaller hands and a small catching radius. Huh.
Okay.
That's not even when he stems his routes.
No. When he stems his routes, look out.
He's at his best with the ball in his hands, which is the case with most wide receivers. And he's dangerous returning kicks after the catch and running the football. Excellent intangibles. Sounds to me like a guy that may have some, dynamic playmaking ability, but is on the small side.
Yes.
Side.
Greedy Williams is talking to the media right now next door in the media room, so we'll let you know kind of what's said. One of the first things that I think was asked of him was about his fellow LSU guys, Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham Jr., and he says he's ready to match up against the two of them in practice. He knows he'll be able to cover anybody if he can cover them.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't put Landry in that category, but certainly Beckham.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the kind of friendly competition you don't mind having in training camp for those dog days.
Somebody asked him, "Hey, Greedy, what do you know about the Browns?" Williams' response: "Browns fans, you're going to like this. Williams says, I know one thing. The Browns are going to the Super Bowl this year.
Let's check on those Vegas odds and
That's
see whether
right.
they've moved after that pronouncement.
I mean, there's calling your shot, and then there's that. I mean, Browns fans are going to love this young man. If he's already bringing, I mean, he hasn't even gotten to the building yet, and he's bringing that kind of swagger. That's pretty amazing. Let's see. Greedy Williams says he knows for sure Baker Mayfield will capitalize on the interceptions he gets. Yeah,
So that's how you got named Greedy.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Boy, he says he and Denzel Ward are going to tear up the league, and he can see.
Whoa,
We're not going to wreck the league.
No
though.
tearing, no wrecking.
No, he can see both making the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, Greedy is just, man, he is lighting it up in this conference call. My goodness.
He won the press conference. That's never happened here before. Either.
No.
So one more point on this Kansas City thing. That's McCole Hardman. My buddy who I worked with in Atlanta, Jeff Schultz, is still there for the Athletic, and his take on that pick is what I was suggesting was exit Tyreek Hill, enter McCole Hardman. Never thought he'd go this high, but good for him. So I think that may have been a reach there for them because of what they see as a possibility of losing this touchdown maker.
You're getting to desperation. It's like we've got to do something, and if it means reaching for somebody, maybe we have to do that. I guess that's the mentality. Eagles on the clock. We've got 8 more to go here in round number 2. While that's happening, the Cleveland Browns are introducing their cornerback to the media, their new cornerback to the media in a conference call right now. Greedy Williams. Greedy, don't. Yeah, we're not gonna wreck anything. Greedy Williams says he missed his first call from the Browns. His girlfriend was holding onto his draft phone and saw he had a missed call from a 216 number.
Trying to sell him an insurance policy.
That's right.
Then the Browns called.
Yes. He called back. So Greedy said he called back, and then somebody transferred him to John Dorsey. That's a new one. You don't hear, but that's you get it. You're nervous. You're excited. You're sitting down and you're not paying attention to the phone when it rings. Oh, my. Greedy Williams has had a night, and I mean, literally in a 10-minute press conference, he's already, look at this too. He's already on Twitter, and I'm sure his people have helped him, but something special is happening in the land. Greedy tweeted out, "It's our time. #DogPound. #BeGreedy." And he's got a partnership with Braun, the shaving company, so that's great as well. But we'll give you a retweet for that, Greedy.
Yeah.
We like that. So yeah, a lot of stuff here. I can't wait to talk to Ben Axelrod here after he finishes up here to hear more about Greedy Williams. He sounds like he is going to be a lot of fun to cover here.
Did DJ Metcalf just get picked?
Let's see. DK Metcalf is still on the board.
But another wide receiver is
J.J. Arcega-Whiteside.
from Stanford.
From Stanford. I remember him. Yeah, he goes to the Eagles. So a couple of skill players for Carson Wentz here in the second round for Philadelphia. Miles Sanders, the running back from Penn State, and now Arcega-Whiteside go to the Eagles. With the Cowboys coming up, several of you have asked us about the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to make their first pick of the draft here coming up in just a few moments. They didn't have a first-round pick because of, I think it was the Amari Cooper trade.
Yeah.
They didn't have.
I haven't been born and raised in Philly. I grew to really dislike the Cowboys. And I just want to say that I'm at my age now, I'm over that. But I hope they blow all their picks in the
I was going to say that's big of you, but yeah, that's listen. Because you were around for the whole Dick Vermeil, Tom Landry.
Yeah,
my goodness.
I covered the team when Vermeil was there and sleeping in his office till at 4:30 in the morning. In fact, I worked for an afternoon paper. I used to call Vermeil at 4 or 5 a.m. and knowing that he would pick up the phone, and he did. He never complained either. I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Watching film."
Yeah.
That's why he was so stressed out.
Right.
And had to leave the job early, but yeah.
I was glad that he when he came back, he paced himself, I think, a lot better.
Yeah, he did. He was really a good guy too. He was just. But anyway, that just shows my age, and I'll shut up now.
No, it's okay. It's all right. We had the response to Greedy Williams tweeting that I know the Browns are going to the Super Bowl. Somebody tweeted at me, I wish the players, fans, and even some of the media shills, that's Mr. Shill to you, would cool it on the hype. Can we just get to camp first, maybe win opening week? Everybody thinks it's going to be so easy for some reason. Cthulhu, I agree with you. Actually, yeah. I agree with everything you just said there. Have some fun with it. I think it's kind of fun to have a player that, has a little bit of swagger. I don't think that's a bad thing. We said on the flip side, it's also great to have a guy like Nick Chubb who is very much just, I'm going to give like I said, I'm going to score a touchdown, give the football to the referee, and head to the bench.
Well, he makes a good point about opening week here.
Yes.
We know what their record is in season openers, but here's the thing: of all the people he mentioned, media, players, all that, I think the guys who aren't falling into that are in a position of power.
Yes.
I think Dorsey's one, and I think Kitchens is another.
Right.
Kitchens is like, yeah, we got talent on our roster. Whoop the hell, right? Like that doesn't mean anything, and they know. And I don't think they're going to take their foot off the gas because they look around and they see, wow, we've got talent at corner now. We've got a great wide receiver. We got this guy. I think they're going to. That'll be the challenge: is keeping a team that is really full of itself. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. They're full of themselves, of their potential and their promise. They know how good they can be. But it's the trick is going to be getting them to understand that it isn't easy. It doesn't happen just because you look around a locker room and you've got talent around you. It doesn't happen that way.
It's a long season. It's a long training camp. It's a preseason. It's a long season. You're gonna. Somebody was telling me this. When we looked at the schedule last week and everybody was having fun playing the schedule game and all that. There's going to be a game in there somewhere where the Browns are expected to win, they're favored to win, and they lose. It just happens. It happens over the course of a season, and it's going to be, can the Browns bounce back from a disappointment? Maybe it'll be one of those national TV games or something when they should win a game and they don't do it. Can they pick themselves up right away and come right back and not let it spiral like it's always seemed to spiral when the Browns lose, a game or two, or somebody gets hurt and everything kind of spirals downhill from there? Yeah,
one of the interesting things Doug Deacon said last night is we were talking about the 4 primetime games and the schedule where you play. You might have to wait to play on a Sunday night or you play Sunday and then you're playing Thursday and then you've got 10 days off and then you do that. And he thought that I was suggesting that it would be a challenge for young players. I think he thought that is just more of a challenge sometimes for older players because the wear and tear on their bodies and all that. And I'll let him say it because he's here right now.
The aforementioned Doug Deacon is joining us here from the Cleveland Browns Radio Network, and the former Browns offensive tackle great. Deke? Please. Yeah, right. I'm not going to, we're not going to.
There we go.
There you go. Greedy Williams. We didn't get a chance to hear the conference call, but my word, just some of the things that he had to say. It goes to show there is a different feel in this building, and there's a swagger and a vibe.
He sounds like he's got a swagger and a vibe. He has a lot of confidence in his ability, and obviously John Dorsey, as he mentioned, they thought he was going to go much higher than he did, but sometimes you get lucky and things fall down to you, and it looks like that's what happened with the Browns.
Doug, that was one thing that coming into this draft, thought that the Browns might be looking at that cornerback spot. Not only just for the fact they wanted to get somebody else, on the other side of Denzel Ward, but somebody who's maybe a little bit more physical, who can handle press coverage and bump and run, and be that opposite guy.
Well, yeah, I think the other thing you have to look at is, you got an A.J. Green in your division. You got a big, tall receiver. You got a big, tall cornerback now. So you play a matchup game. But, so many of these offenses anymore run 4 wide receiver sets
right.
that, you just can't get enough depth at that position. And obviously we saw last year, we had some injuries back there with, Mitchell and Denzel Ward. So, it's a thing. I think Freddie Kitchens said it best. You need 6 cornerbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, John Dorsey said corners are paid to cover, not tackle. Is that an accurate assessment, or do you think you still need to be physical at that position?
Well, you have to be able to tackle in certain situations, but obviously, the number one thing is, you got your back to the ball so often that, you're not, unless you're in a zone, but if you got a guy that's going to play man press, you're going to be running down the field. I just think that it's one of those things where you've got to do both, but you are paid to cover.
When we were talking when the pick came in, Jimmy was still here, and it's amazing now the Browns continue to seem to stockpile LSU talent. They've got Landry and Beckham and now Greedy Williams. But if you're looking for speed and talent, and also I think Bud said playing in the big time in the SEC under the lights, that's not a bad place to look to find guys that you want to be able to come in here and help be a foundational player for the future.
Yeah, and I think, the level of competition is one of the things that Dorsey looks at. He knows that they're playing against Alabama. They're playing a good schedule. There's, there's no donuts on their schedule. So, I mean, that and the fact that, you look at some of the people he probably had to practice against, just in his own practice.
Sure.
And I think, you got Jarvis, you got Odell, and you got the receivers coach from there. Mm-hmm. You've got a pretty strong LSU tie. And I think, when you get some guys that have, played together or played with the same school, it gives you a little bit of a bond. And, for a young player in the NFL, sometimes you just kind of wander through. He's got some leadership to, show him the way.
After Williams said that he and Denzel were going to tear it up, we got a few tweets, obviously, about someone who once said something about wrecking the league. And suggested but overall suggesting that maybe this team is young and going to get ahead of itself, that it's going to think it's already arrived when it hasn't. Freddie Kitchens a little bit. Do you think he's the kind of perfect antidote for guys?
Very much so. I think the change there has been just a very positive influence on this football team, and I think it showed in the way they played the last part of the season. But I think everybody's talking. They're going to this, they're going to do that. Mm-hmm. Until you do it, you haven't done it, and
right.
And it's easy to say. But by the same token, if you don't have confidence in this game, then you're Justin Gilbert.
By the by, Paris Campbell, the young man from St. Vincent St. Mary in Ohio State, he's going to the Indianapolis Colts, and it seems like whether it's Anthony Gonzalez or Mike Doss, they do like Buckeyes over in Indianapolis. So good for Paris. He'll get a chance to play with Andrew Luck, and that'll be a nice fit for him with the Indianapolis Colts. We were talking, Doug, about Freddie Kitchens, and he mentioned it in the press conference with you guys that. To sit in the war room for the first time as all these decisions are being made and everything's happening, it's an amazing thing. And the way these last 12 months have gone for this guy, being a position coach, where you really don't get to sit in the room when the decisions are made, to now, you're the head coach. You're up at the press conference. You're the guy that is getting asked these questions about expectations. Quite a change for a guy, but I always tell people he was a quarterback in college at Alabama with Gene Stallings. He's got it between the ears. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, well, 100%. I mean, and he's been with Bruce Arians. He's been with some other good coaches, and I think the thing about it, what Freddie says is what Freddie means. I think in the past when you was here, a lot of what you was said you had to try to translate it because he was just sugarcoating everything and everything was great. And Freddie's going to tell you straight. I mean, if he thinks you're dogging it, Freddie's going to tell you you're dogging it. And, I think he relates very well to football players. I think, his relationship with Baker is an obvious, big key of him getting the job. But beyond that, what he did with the offense once he got, in charge of it. And I just think that, there's going to be some bumps in the road. Anytime you get a first-year head coach, you're going to have some. But, I just think, the combination of Dorsey, getting in the players and, him coaching is much better than some of the other things we've seen here over the last 15, 20 years.
Well, it's one thing as a rookie head coach to tell Greedy Williams what you think. Will he tell Odell Beckham Jr. what he thinks too?
I think so. I don't think Freddie's going to change. I think Freddie's Freddie. I mean, and that's a player, as long as you're honest with him, and consistent. I think a player will respect you. I mean, there's coaches that are, some guys, he'll baby them, and other ones. I've seen that, and that's not good for the football team. You got to treat everybody the same, as long as they stay in line. I mean, if they get out of line, then you got to be a different kind of guy.
Doug, was there a point last year in that season where you looked at Freddie differently and you saw a possible head coach as opposed to
A position coach.
a running back coach?
No, I mean, I don't think you really had an opportunity to see that much of him. I mean, because as an assistant, they'd have the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator come and talk, but you never really, until the end of the year, got to see Freddie. But as a player, I just know, I've been with different coaches, and a lot of them, are protecting themselves rather than trying to help the team. And Freddie's a team player. I mean, you can see it. I mean, I remember I heard the interview with Gene Stallings after he got the job, and one of the things he pointed out was Freddie was a leader. Mm-hmm. He said he might not have been the best quarterback, but he was a leader. And
Absolutely.
I mean, he's got a different way of bringing it across, but it's that good old boy, thing where you feel comfortable with him, and there's so much in the game of football, the practices and all that sometimes it consumes you, and if you just can't let you enjoy it, then you burn out. And I think that's one of the things that Freddie brings. He brings an honesty to it.
It's important, though, that when he was filling out his coaching staff, and everybody really thought that the staff he put together is top notch, but to get a guy like Steve Wilks, who has gone through being an NFL head coach, and obviously the things that happened to him in Arizona, but the ups and the downs, and the all those things that you don't think of necessarily when you're becoming a head coach, and it's getting the phone call at 3 a.m, or it's clock management, things like that. You've got a guy on your staff who's been there, who you can lean on if you need to.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had that in the past, though. We had Todd Haley had been a head coach, Greg Williams had been a head coach, Al Saunders had been a head coach. But unless you're willing to listen to the other people, it doesn't matter. I mean, and I think Freddie, you can see. I mean, he's a listener as much as he's a talker.
That's a good sign.
That is a good sign. Deke, we appreciate you popping on over to talk to us. Greedy William, I mean, if it's any indication, I mean, we're in for a fun summer. Third round, before we let you go, third round, any position that is it offensive tackle or linebacker?
I think linebacker. Linebacker would be or safety.
Okay.
I just think that and I think one of the things about when you go to the defensive side of the ball, you also get guys that can play on special teams, and our special teams weren't real good last year. And you get offensive, wide receivers. They haven't played a lot of special teams unless they're a return man. And if you can upgrade, that part of the game, your special teams, then you got a better chance of winning.
Thanks, Deke.
Deke, great to see you. Thanks for popping by.
Okay.
Doug Deacon from the Cleveland Browns Radio Network joining us here as the Browns selected earlier here in the second round. Greedy Williams. Oh, long as you didn't trip. We can replace headsets. We can't replace you, Deke. There we go. Here, we'll rescue that. Okay. Good to go. That's right.
I was going to say, no wonder they made him an offensive tackle instead of a tight end.
I think he heard that too. We're wrapping up here the second round. Just a couple more picks to go. The Rams are on the clock. Nasir Adderley, a safety. Deke just mentioned safety from Delaware, is off the board as he goes to the Los Angeles Chargers at 28.
Yeah, I would not rule out at all if, and again, we've got a long way to go to get to pick 80, right?
To pick 80, yeah. So we got, 16, 17
I
picks,
wouldn't
whatever.
rule out again them going, you mentioned Juan Thornhill. And,
To get a combo safety,
if a
yeah.
combo safety is available, I mean, let's face it, if you get leads in this league, you're facing a lot of 4 wide receiver formations, especially if not to start games. You know, you're going to have to be able to cover back there, and as Deke said, those are the kind of players that also make an impact on special teams.
Yeah, it's really, it's going to be. I'm curious to see what they're going to do. As Doug said, the other thing is, it's the special teams. It's filling out the depth. Ben just filed a story about Greedy Williams right now at WKYC.com. He comes. I mean, you talk about a young man that just like absolutely called his shot. In the Browns are going to the Super Bowl, and we're going to tear things up. And I mean, I'm like sitting there going, "Wow, that's not a conference call we normally hear in day one." Now, I would imagine he'll probably be out here tomorrow in Berea to meet everybody face to face. But
by that time, somebody will have gotten to him, and he'll say, "Well, I didn't really mean like we were definitely going to the Super Bowl. I just meant
I want us to go to the Super Bowl. That's what I want." Seeing some more reaction also to Paris Campbell. Matt Florjancic has just put a story up also at WKYC.com.
Yeah, I just
love
retweeted both of those. Adam Schefter, by the way, says Josh Rosen is going to be a Dolphin. So
yes.
Apparently that that trade has been made. So we just don't know what they got.
What they got, yeah.
There was
Interesting.
talk that they would get a second.
Well, let's see here. Yeah. So, I mean, if that was, I think the 30th pick, because another safety just went off the board. The Rams took Taylor Rapp, a safety from Washington, with the 29th pick of the second round, and now Miami's on the clock. So that might be, they might have been a part of that deal here. We'll see what all the parts are of this here, but
I think there was some talk in that deal that Arizona would have to send something back later to Miami, just because they didn't have a lot of leverage. Everybody knows they've got to get rid of Rosen now, even though they said they didn't have to. We knew they were going to, right? But I think a second round pick for that guy is pretty fair value.
I would agree.
And when we were talking about it last night, a couple people were saying, I think they'd be lucky to get a third for him. I mean, quarterbacks are still in great demand, especially young guys who can throw the football as well as he can. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if that Miami pick goes in this deal.
Let's see. More things. Deborah Shepard saying on Facebook, good pick by the Colts getting Paris Campbell. Yeah, it's funny. It's just you sit there and like, wow, it's another Buckeye going to Indianapolis. And I feel like that's been, Jack Mewhort was another one I think that was over there. I mean, they seem to like that Buckeye pipeline.
Yeah, and if you're Andrew Luck, boy, that's got to be a great get for you.
Yeah.
A guy that whether you use him as a decoy at times or not, that he's a guy that can stretch the field.
Trade has officially been announced, so now the Cardinals are indeed on the clock instead of the Dolphins. So that is going to be part of the. It might just be a pick for a player, but we'll see. So. Josh Rosen is out of Arizona. He stopped following them on Instagram today, and I think that was everybody kind of figured out that was more or less going to be the final straw here. Ben Axelrod has made his way over here after writing a plethora of stories at WKYC.com. Most recently, the one, Greedy Williams.
But before we get started, while he puts his headphones on, we're hearing that the Cardinals have picked Andy Isabella.
Oh, wow. And so another Northeast Ohio wide receiver off the board. And Cliff Kingsbury must have absolutely seen Isabella and really liked him. So congratulations to Andy. He goes to Arizona. And Greedy Williams is coming to the Browns.
And the Browns are going to Miami.
And the Browns are going to Miami. Listen. We didn't hear a word of the press conference.
Yeah.
But the tweets alone from the conference call were unbelievable. I can imagine the conference call was even more so.
I think sometimes, and Bud, you know this from having covered a lot of press conferences, that sometimes you'll send out a tweet of a quote from a press conference and maybe it doesn't give the full context of what the athlete was saying. all of those were completely full context. I mean, Greedy Williams was saying what he meant and meaning what he said. He not only to give you the full context, a reporter asked him, "What do you know about Cleveland?" Because he's spent his whole life in Louisiana. And his answer was, "I know one thing: the Browns are going to the Super Bowl next year, or this year."
Did he say win it or just go?
Well, so initially he said go, and then in a subsequent quote, he said they were going to be the Super Bowl champs. So he probably made that proclamation 3 or 4 times. He said himself and Denzel Ward are going to tear up the league. So this is a young man who is not short on confidence.
As long as it's not going to wreck this league, I
Right.
feel okay. I'm okay with that. So apparently the Browns called him and to say, hey, congratulations, Greedy, you're about to be a Brown, and the phone just kept ringing and ringing and ringing.
Yeah, he had 2 phones. Apparently he gave a burner account to the teams. He had a real phone and a draft phone, and his daughter was playing with the draft phone, and he said he wasn't really paying too much attention at this point in the night, and they have like 150 people at a Holiday Inn in Shreveport down there in Louisiana, and he goes to look at the draft phone, and there's a missed call from a 216 number, so he at least knew that it was from the Browns, and I'm not sure how they wound up rectifying that, but the 2 ends got connected, and lo and behold, he's a Cleveland Brown.
Yeah, Ben, when we talked last night, you recognized what was happening, that the run on defensive linemen especially and other position groups was pushing the corners down. So this isn't a big surprise. Is anything that's happened in the second round to this point lead you in a direction to think that they may have more secondary people that they'll be looking at pick 80?
There's still a lot on the board, and that's you're starting to see a little bit of a run on receivers. You mentioned Andy Isabella. I just saw Paris Campbell come off the board. A.J. Brown earlier. So this run on receivers is good because that's another position of not of need for the Browns. Right. So I just saw the safety Taylor Rapp from Washington. He came off the board, and I think safety is probably a spot the Browns could stand to look. But, they're still defensive backs. I think linebacker is a big position of need, and it's kind of a weird position because you had the 2 first-rounders yesterday, and then I don't know if there's even like a second-round talent, but there might be then a guy who you jump up for in the 3rd. So, again, still, I was surprised they were able to get Greedy, and John Dorsey said that as well.
Where was he in your mock? Forgive me for not remembering, but I know he was. There were some mocks. He was like 10 to 20, like 15 to 20, I think, in the first round. He was a guy that had first round grade from many people.
Yeah, I had him at 20 to the Steelers, and that was a pretty popular place for him. It was either going to be people thought if the Steelers stayed at 20 and if they wouldn't have a shot at one of the 2 linebackers that they'd go corner, and it was either between him or Byron Murphy, and I think Byron Murphy was the first pick today, the number 33 pick. So there were a few who went in between Murphy and Rockyon Sin from Temple went, and there were a handful of cornerbacks who went between Byron and Greedy. So, John Dorsey said the Browns were trying to trade up 6 spots earlier than where they wound up trading up to 46. So, it's because of the run on linemen, both offensive and defensive yesterday. Maybe it wasn't a surprise that Greedy fell to the second day, but I definitely thought it was a surprise he was still there. Really in the middle of the second round.
Guys, a note on the Josh Rosen trade. The Cardinals traded a 2020 5th-round pick along with Rosen.
Did the trade go through?
It did.
Yep.
To turn that into a second.
To Miami?
Second rounder, yep. And then the Cardinals use that pick and get Isabella.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. Juan Thornhill, by the way, is off the board of safety. We mentioned one of those hybrid-type defensive backs that we thought the Browns might be interested in maybe in the 3rd round if he had stayed there. But the Virginia Cavalier, they had him listed as safety. They just flipped over to corner. He's a combo player. He could have gone either way. But he's a Kansas City Chief. Seattle will have the final pick here, and then we're done in round 2. And we'll wait for the Browns here to make a selection in round 3.
Ben, I'm sorry to
go ahead.
In doing your mock drafts and watching some of these players a little more closely than I, what's your understanding or thoughts on why DK Metcalf is still on the board?
I think the league has gotten a little smarter in terms of the workout warriors, and he runs an incredible 40-yard dash at, whatever, 240 pounds or however big he is. And, yeah, it's super impressive, and that's something that, would have made him like a top 5 pick just 5 years ago. But I think teams have started just to put more emphasis on the actual film and think if this guy has these numbers, has these measurables, why aren't the stats there? Why aren't the numbers there? I think you watch Ole Miss, and A.J. Brown's already off the board. People thought he wasn't even the best receiver on Ole Miss. So I think that there was a lot of buzz because we've made the Combine such a big deal. But, in reality, I think, in Wright Thompson at ESPN wrote a big piece on the Combine and how it kind of epitomizes the silly season of all this. I think teams have started to really put less and less stock in the Combine and put more stock in their evaluations and in their film. And that's one thing I think that relates to Greedy Williams, too, is he didn't take visits with teams. He didn't visit with the Browns. And John Dorsey said he felt confident enough in their film study and in their, interviews at the Combine and evaluation that they weren't really worried about all that kind of ancillary stuff.
That goes to show you, yeah, times are changing a little bit. Give me a sense. This is the first time Freddie Kitchens has been in. He was in the War Room, and first time he's been in one of these post-draft press conferences. Give me your sense of kind of how he's taking all this in and what he had to say.
He's taking it in typical Freddie Kitchens fashion. I mean, he made a remark at the top of the press conference about how he's never been in a draft war room and how it was incredible to see John Dorsey do his thing, and then joke to the media, you guys should try it sometime if you ever get the chance, knowing full well that opportunity will never be there for any of us. So he's good. I mean, he's loose. I think he's excited about Greedy Williams, and he had a couple of zingers. He was asked if he was bothered that Greedy didn't play in his bowl game for LSU, and he said, I wasn't bothered. LSU might have been bothered, but I wasn't bothered. So, Freddie's excited, and there was kind of a testy moment there where a reporter was asking both John Dorsey and Freddie about Denzel Ward's history with concussions or recent history with concussions, and they got pretty defensive about it. But, I think they're excited. I think they feel like they got a first-round talent in the second round, and, when you enter a draft without a first-round pick, I think that's really all you can ask for.
Clearly, Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham Jr., if social media was to be believed, are rather excited about the pick of Greedy Williams, and vice versa. He's excited about covering them every day.
Yeah, I think that was a big reason why he was predicting Super Bowl is Odell Beckham Jr. I didn't see. Did Jarvis have anything yet?
He tweeted. Yeah, he tweeted. Not like Beckham's thing.
Yeah. Well, I got some side eyes in the. I think I'm on Instagram more than anyone else in that room. And when I was watching Odell's video with the sound on and trying to record it for my screen to tweet it out and put it in our story, I got some side eyes from some media members for playing this video. But it was funny because then I heard a ripple throughout the room of other people hearing it.
Yeah, right.
I was like, who's side-eyeing who now?
Yeah, exactly.
Can we revisit what you just said about the Denzel Ward question? I mean, what was to get defensive about?
They were the implication from the reporter asking it was that Greedy Williams was selected as an insurance policy to Denzel Ward, and I don't think that's how they're viewing it. I mean, they said that obviously they take the concussion seriously, and in today's day and age in football, you have to take the concussion seriously, but I tend to take them at their word where they needed a cornerback, and I think they're taking this pick assuming that Denzel Ward is going to be available in a part of this depth chart, because I think Greedy, he's listed at 6'2", is a lot rangier than Denzel. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. He gives you that matchup ability now where you can move Denzel around, you can move Greedy around based on what other receivers are out there.
Yeah, if you got A.J. Green on the other side, you lock him up. By the way, DK Metcalf is off the board. He goes to the Seattle Seahawks, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, to wrap up round number 2. Yeah, so Russell Wilson will be happy to have him. And the second round of the NFL draft is over, and we are 16 picks away from the Browns, assuming, of course, not trade up or trade down, the Browns to be back in action in round number 3. And, so far, I mean, I think this draft couldn't have played out any better here for the Browns, the way it's kind of worked itself out, where you had the talent kind of move into the second round, and in some cases now into the third round. Yet you still got the guy that was at the top of your board that took care of a position of need.
Yeah, it was. It's really been and I'm sure every draft has this to a degree, but this draft more so than others has been a draft of runs, and we knew the defensive line run was going to come because that's where most of the first round talent was. So that wasn't a surprise. But I really thought though all the offensive linemen, especially the interior offensive linemen who went in the first round, that really played a big role in pushing the defensive players and especially the cornerbacks back into the second round. I mean, just doing the mock draft and looking at other mock drafts, there were some mock drafts that had as many as 4 or 5 cornerbacks going in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some that had Justin Lane. I don't think he's been taken
No,
yet.
he's still there.
Mel Kiper's final mock draft had Justin Lane going in the first round. So the fact that only one went yesterday in DeAndre Baker from Georgia, and you still had, Denver takes Drew Lock and the receivers start to go. You started to see more of those runs, and there started to be a little run on corners, but not enough, obviously, that Greedy Williams was off the board by the time that the Browns were comfortable trading up. And another thing about the Browns trading up, I thought it was interesting they used the 5th-round pick that they got from the Carlos Hyde trade that they made mid-season to move up those spots. So
Exactly right.
That's one less pick they have now this year, but that's why you make trades like that.
Exactly.
It's draft capital for a player who didn't have a future with you.
As the third round starts, I know you're an Ohio State follower. Draymond Jones, are you surprised that he's still there?
Yeah, he was a borderline first-round guy, and he was a guy who, depending on team need, and I think people thought he was a first-round talent, just the defensive line talent was so strong in this draft that he's not as flashy as an Ed Oliver or some of those guys, but he's had a first-round grade now for a couple of years, so you have to
And he played well in big games, Ben. I mean, that's the other thing.
I mean, he had like 8.5 sacks from the defensive tackle position, a versatile guy, high character guy. So, yeah, I don't – maybe the team's just – everybody got their defensive lineman in the first round, and then there's not the need for them in their second round, and maybe it's kind of those runs pushing, more high-end talent
Well,
back.
we know Pittsburgh has had their eye on Columbus. Is that a position there would he be a fit for the Steelers who pick next?
A little bit, because he's so versatile, and it would be a little bit like when they added Cam Hayward, and it's just like, this is a guy who makes sense. He might not be as big as you want for a defensive lineman in a 3-4, but because of his versatility, you take him and kind of plug and play him.
Or the 49ers take him and put him next to his college teammate Nick Bosa.
Yeah, that's that's the one thing is you can never have enough defensive line help. You can never.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's there when the Browns are there, I wouldn't be stunned.
I think you and I talked about it in the office. It was like it's and it was not one of the big positions of need,
right?
But you sit there and you go, wow, we could add this guy to a position of strength because obviously they feel really good about the defensive ends.
Yeah,
you could really bolster that defensive middle,
and just the versatility is so huge, especially with they have Larry Ogunjobi, and he's a guy who's going to be due for an extension at some point, and the way that John Dorsey has to approach this now is this a guy I'm comfortable paying a bunch of money to long term because of the other contracts we already have on the books. You bring in Sheldon Richardson, but he's on a 3-year deal, and I think a lot of the money on that is just up front. So, you can never have – and then who can count – you don't just play 4 defensive linemen all game. So to bring in fresh bodies, I think that's invaluable.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
I'll keep refreshing. The Steeler pick is in, but I haven't seen.
I mean, because I think we start. I don't know if we're at 5 minutes per pick, between picks here, or still at 7. But it starts to speed up here as you start getting into round number 3. So
well, I'll say this about DK Metcalf: as a guy with 43% body fat, I don't mind watching a guy with 3% kind of sit and have to wait to get drafted.
You want him to suffer.
It feels better to me. Yeah.
That gym envy.
That's right. But I'll say this: I think he's Seattle's a pretty good, I think, landing spot for him. I think to team up with Russell Wilson. I think that's a pretty nice spot. Sometimes it all works out well in the end, I guess. So. Ben, I know we got more writing here coming up for you, but please, after the Browns make their 3rd-round pick and all the fun that goes with us, please come on back again.
I'll hop in. Thanks
all
for
right,
having me,
thank
guys.
you there. Ben Axelrod joining us here Reed, he's got a bunch of stories, as does Matt Florjancic right now at WKYC.com. We are in round number 3 of the 2019 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. Actually, the pick is in. The Browns will pick at 16th here in the third round, and then that's it.
Steelers
barring
select
trade.
wide receiver Deontay Johnson from Toledo.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember him. I've watched him a few times. So, you trade a MAC wide receiver, Antonio Brown, and why not go back to that conference get yourself
I was giving them credit for, going defense in the first round when they might have, moving up to do it, when they might have waited and taken a wide receiver. But clearly they made a good move in picking Bush from Michigan, and I don't really know that much about Deontay Johnson.
I don't.
But you can tell that they need to replenish they love Juju Smith-Schuster. They love him, but they need more depth there.
5'10", 183-pounder. He was a redshirt junior. He came out this year, ran a 4.5 40, and that's it's certainly fast, but that's one of the reasons why maybe you're a third rounder as opposed to a first or second rounder. But he put up some nice numbers for the Rockets this past year. And, in what is a very, very good offense. It's traditionally been a terrific offense up there. 49 catches for 761 yards, about 15 yards a catch, and 8 touchdowns. He was also, and again, this is like Antonio Brown, a first-team all-conference punt returner and kickoff returner, which is how Antonio Brown really kind of made his bones first with the Steelers as a return man, and then worked his way up to become an all-pro wide receiver.
Yeah, as a reminder, that Justin Lane is still on the board. He's now Mel Kiper's best available player.
He's definitely the best Northeast Ohio player still available. Well, he and Draymond is still there too. Draymond Jones and Justin Lane. And I got to be honest with you, I think when the night began, I thought Jones and Lane would be off the board before Campbell and Isabella. But it's what happens when all of a sudden, we start to get a run on wide receivers. The Colts got Campbell, and then the Cardinals with that trade got Isabella. So all of a sudden now, wide receiver, you become a little bit more, as you said earlier, you become a little bit more desperate. Somebody's going to get some first-round talents in Jones and Lane.
And who's up next?
After the Steelers, the 49ers. We'll get the Bengals coming up here shortly.
72.
Yeah, the Ravens haven't had a pick yet tonight. When do they pick? I know 21st in round number 3.
Okay.
Yeah. But other than that, 21st, and they have, because we start to get into compensatory picks, Baltimore will also have the 38th pick in the round, the final pick here in round number 3. So, but all eyes will be on the Browns coming up here as they'll pick 16th here in this third round. If you joined us late, Greedy Williams is the newest member of the Cleveland Browns, a cornerback from LSU. Who didn't even wait to have his introductory press conference to just absolutely score some press clippings in a conference call, telling, as Ben Axelrod put it to us, that, what do you know about the Browns or Cleveland? I know this. We're going to the Super Bowl this year. I love the energy. I love the excitement. Somebody tweeted that, hey, whoa, pump the brakes. But
yeah.
It's a different feeling. I mean, we just – players don't come to Cleveland and say that. A lot of times they're like, well, we just want to do the best we can, and I just want to come in and help the team. Doesn't seem to be in Greedy Williams' DNA to just come in and say that. He with his LSU fellow LSU Tigers here, thinks there's something bigger happening.
Yeah, Doug Deacon made a good point that you like these guys to have confidence. You certainly don't want them thinking it's that easy, right?
Right.
It reminded me, but coach. That's why coaches are there, right? And good coaches keep players sort of. I don't want to say keep them in place. I don't mean it that way, but they kind of let them know, as we learned on Hard Knocks. They let them know at times that they're not all that yet. They haven't really done anything yet, And one of the things that jumped out at me from Hard Knocks was when Hugh Jackson was telling Todd Haley that Josh Gordon was, had landed at Hopkins Airport and was on his way to Berea, and he said something like, "The eagle has landed," or something
Right,
like
right,
that.
right.
And Haley's reaction was, "Is he in shape?" Like, you know,
Right.
Let's get to the important stuff here. You know, I know what his reputation is. I know what his talent is. Is he in shape?
Is he in
Can
shape?
he help us? You know, is his head where it needs to be? And I think good. Not that Haley distinguished himself here in any stretch of the imagination, but I liked what Doug Deacon said about Freddie Kitchens. I think Freddie Kitchens is going to be a guy who doesn't let this team and these players get ahead of themselves, regardless if they're a fifth-round draft pick who thinks he's arrived for some reason, or if it's a star player. I think he's going to treat everybody pretty evenly.
We're going to be joined by Zach Jackson of The Athletic here coming up in just a couple of minutes. 2 players off the board. This is third round, moving very quickly. Again, 5 minutes between picks. Jalen Hurd, the converted running back, now wide receiver at Baylor. He's on his way to the San Francisco 49ers, so another Jimmy Garoppolo weapon for Kyle Shanahan's offense. And then Jashai Polite. I apologize. I don't know how to say his last name. Defensive end from Florida. Could be Pollitt. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I would correct you if I had any idea at all.
Okay, thank you.
I don't.
Okay, I feel better. As long as you correct me, I feel good about that.
I'm a very low bar, so don't feel too good.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. I wouldn't be surprised if they took Draymond Jones, just because they never have enough defensive players in Jacksonville. Speaking of Jackson, let's get Zach over here as he will join us now.
Hi, guys.
Zach, how are you? From The Athletic, Zach Jackson. Good to see you, my man.
Hi, bud. Great to be here.
All right.
Hi, Mom.
First and foremost, Greedy Williams. What was your takeaway?
Well, I don't think anybody thought he would be there at this point.
Yeah.
There's some reason he is. Is it the tackling? Is he immature? I don't know. He's 21. He's almost 6'2" as a corner. Can really run. So you don't find those guys. So that's why, I think it's a good pick for the Browns, however it turns out, because you get a guy like that. He doesn't need to start right away. He doesn't need to be your number one corner. But the upside is that he is that. Because you just don't find guys like that. So he played in the SEC. He was 5-star everything. He was there 3 years. He sat out the bowl game. He always knew. Now, I think he saw himself as a first-round pick, but that doesn't matter because when he gets here next week, it doesn't matter where you were drafted.
Exactly.
I think if the Browns were going to take a corner that early, it was going to be a tall, athletic guy, and I think it's pretty clear from listening to Dorsey and watching this unfold that that was the one they always targeted.
Speaking of tall, athletic guys, do you think that wide receiver, a big wide receiver, is in play at all in this draft for these guys?
Yeah, potentially, Bud, but I think when you got Beckham, you got him for many years and to catch many balls.
Yeah.
So I think it went from big-time priority to, man, we have our number one guy, and all of a sudden we have all these other guys. Like Jarvis Landry can play anywhere. Mm-hmm. They really like Callaway. They thought Callaway was a late first, early second talent that had the baggage, and Antonio Callaway played really well last year. So the right guy, maybe not tonight, maybe early tomorrow, but I think they were always going to once this whole thing shook out, they were always going to prioritize the defense. Now, they did have some guys come in, receivers, the pre-draft visits. Those were mostly return guys later, like later tomorrow afternoon type guys. The first Toledo kid, Deontay Johnson, just went to the Steelers.
Yeah.
John Bay Johnson is a guy that visited here that people think is as good as Deontay, some scouts, but he had a little baggage. So we'll see.
Yeah, Deontay Johnson just sounds like Antonio Brown. In terms of his played at the MAC. Dynamic returner, great wide receiver who can showcase himself as a special teams player while he learns how to be an NFL wide receiver. Just kind of all of a sudden it's like, boy, that makes a lot of sense for Pittsburgh.
I think the Steelers know how to pick receivers.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
As you listen to Greedy Williams, and it's such a different experience for all of us when you sit there and you have a player. Hey, what do you know about Cleveland? I know this. I want to. We're going to win the Super. We're going to go to the Super Bowl this year. There's just it's different for all of us, especially considering we're 2 years removed from 0-16.
Well, I think the best thing about that is here's a 21-year-old kid who just had the greatest moment of his life, and he's talking to these people he's never met, and all this is coming at him, and he says we're going to win the Super Bowl, and then he says it 2 more times, so he didn't just let it slip, right? So yeah, no, this all
hard to walk that one back.
this all has happened fast, and we will see what happens, but the goal here was not necessarily to be good for a while.
Right.
Dorsey changed that. For decades, there hasn't been a quarterback.
Right.
Just last year's draft, it was the worst receiving core in the league. Is it the best? I don't know. It's in the discussion, right?
I would think, yeah.
Might be bringing Kareem Hunt out of the bullpen in November. Greedy Williams says they're going to win the Super Bowl. I mean, he's going to play. So the talent is there. There's a lot that goes on and a lot that's going to be new to this team. Most of these guys have not won. They have not handled this whole Monday night, Sunday night, being the underdog, all of that stuff. But this offense, to me, can score a lot of points and probably more than most teams can keep up with. So we'll see where it goes.
Any thoughts on what they might do at 80, given what they've done with the first?
Yeah, just watching
pick.
watching how this went and watching the last 15-ish picks. I have to think it's linebacker. It could be Draymond Jones or it could be a defensive tackle. The 2 guys they brought in, you should be excited about, Vernon and Richardson. They're 28. The Browns need to get younger there and guy that they have team control for multiple years.
Right.
So it's a deep D-line class. It's not a super deep linebacker class. Dorsey's been saying that. All the draft nicks have been saying that. So everything to me points to linebacker, if not to close tonight, the first thing tomorrow. It's hard to know, who or what because you have a new defensive coordinator.
Right.
Right. And just in general in today's NFL, you're not playing 3 and 4 linebackers a whole lot. Avery played a lot last year, but mostly is kind of a rush end on third down, not as a linebacker. So they definitely have a need there. Schobert's in the last year of his rookie deal. Christian Kirksey's guarantees are up. So I know a linebacker's coming. I can't say it'll be at 80.
What are your thoughts on what the Steelers have done so far? Is that?
I thought, the move to go get Devin Bush was aggressive. They've just missed that kind of guy in their defense. I've kind of chuckled at everybody writing the Steelers off, and they have had more drama than they've probably wanted, but they're the Steelers. On December 15th or so last year, they beat the Super Bowl champs. They just didn't make the playoffs. They could have won the whole thing. They didn't win the division. So a lot went wrong. It had to be really wrong to trade Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we could argue all day about who's the best receiver in the game. Well, Beckham and Brown are in the discussion.
Right.
And the guy won them a lot of games and caught a lot of crazy passes and obviously had chemistry with Ben that you can't teach because they made those plays freelancing. And the fact that it was finally time to get rid of him said to me that it was really bad. So, defensively they haven't really drafted that well. They've had guys not work out, and that's hurt them. But the O-line's back. Connor's back. Ben's back. I'm not writing the Steelers off. And all this excitement about the Browns is legit. I think right now as we sit in the draft, if the Browns don't make the playoffs, it's a disappointment. However, I'm not going to talk about bigger prizes until I see the Browns beat the Steelers.
I saw this screenshot. You know what kind of player you get at 80? Dustin Fox.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you want the on or off field scouting report?
He's probably upstairs right now as that graphic popped up. That's fantastic. That is fantastic.
He's the one who posted it.
It's even better. Oh my goodness. Any chance that by the end of the weekend, Duke Johnson might not be a Brown anymore?
Yeah, I think there's a chance. I think it was a little ambitious for people to say, well, they're going to move back in the first or move up in the second with Duke Johnson. He's still a running back. Yeah. But I don't necessarily think it has to be this weekend because even teams that want Duke or might make that deal, you're always going to go for the younger, cheaper guy in the draft. And this was a draft full of running backs that were always going to be later tonight, early tomorrow. So I think that has to settle. And then we kind of see. And that means the Browns aren't done either because a lot of times veteran players that have played, and this is what the business the Browns weren't in for many years, veteran players get released or ask out after they see their replacements get drafted. Teams kind of shift their thinking.
Right.
And guys that can play are available in May, June, and July, and Dorsey has shown he'll go get those guys. So I don't think Duke will be on the team. I'm not saying it's an irreparable situation because I don't know that it is. But it just makes a lot of sense that eventually the Browns will move him for something they weren't able to address at another point.
Gotcha. Well, Zach, this has been an absolutely, we're all sitting around last night going, wow, what do we do? We're just like, it's a first round. We're watching the Raiders, and have their perceived stumbles, and the Giants have their perceived stumbles, and we're just kind of all sitting around twiddling our thumbs. John Dorsey's going out and having multiple dinners. This has been a unique year for the draft, just in many ways, and for the Browns, because of the expectations and the offseason changes.
Well, it was kind of flooring to me to read today that 7 teams didn't pick last night. And
Yes.
that's kind of the norm. It's just the total opposite of the norm here. They picked 4 in the first 35. So, everybody has their list, their priorities, and the way they're going to work it. And I think, Dorsey wasn't going to tell us a thing last night or today,
course not.
right? But I think today when they were going through them, they said, let's get Greedy Williams, and then we'll feel pretty good about this thing being off to a good start.
Well, I always like to say, move up to the edge of your seats. We're 2 picks away from the Bengals.
Yes, one never knows what Cincinnati could do. We're, I think, 8 or 9 picks away from the Browns. We will let you go, my friend.
All right,
and
thanks,
get ready
guys.
to- Thanks, Zach. Good to see you, my man. Zach Jackson of The Athletic joining us here in our position, WKYC.com, on YouTube and on Facebook Live. Bud, let me I'm adjusting your headset for
Oh,
you.
thank you. Thank you.
But your mic was down a little bit. There we go. People
was
want to hear.
wondering.
People want to hear you.
I'm not sure about
People
that.
want to hear you. Denver's on the board, and as Bud mentioned, after the Broncos will be the Cincinnati Bengals, who've been kind of quiet. Had the pick last night and the one today, but I mean, it's the division's been except for the Steelers have been pretty quiet to this point. We'll see what the Bengals come up with as we work our way towards the Browns here to wrap up this third round here, the pick 80. We're about 9 picks to go until we're there.
When you're the Bengals at this point, it's almost as if, well, there we go. We see Draymond Jones going.
There we go. And he's going to join that great Denver defense with Von Miller and Bradley Chubb.
Wow.
That's you know what? That's a great spot for him.
Yeah, very good. I was saying with the Bengals, no matter where or what they pick, it's almost like they can't help but fill a need. And I'm not saying that to be sarcastic. It's just they're at a point now where they're going to have to knock it down and build it back up.
Are you surprised that they didn't via either get a veteran or maybe use a first round pick on a quarterback? That there's been all this thought that maybe after all this time with Andy Dalton, maybe it just didn't work out. They couldn't win a playoff game with him, so it's time to go. I mean, it looks like at least right now he's still there.
Yeah, they may feel right now that there's so much that they have to fix around the quarterback that they can get by with Dalton for another couple years and just get at least average play out of that position.
Yeah, we've had 4 Northeast Ohio players get taken tonight. We've been out and about. I know we've got Pat Chiesa and Nick Camino who are out at some of these watch parties. Draymond Jones did not have a watch party tonight, but he got taken by the Broncos. Justin Lane is still out. He's still out there. So he's the only one that's still out there. Paris Campbell going to the Colts. Andy Isabella going to the Arizona Cardinals. So, I mean, that's so the guys from Northeast Ohio landing in pretty good spots, and hopefully Justin Lane will be able to say the same thing once he comes off the board. So the Bengals always seem to like to draft cornerbacks in their heyday. I always thought that when they were going to the playoffs every year, it's kind of like the Green Bay Packers would always select a quarterback to develop later in rounds, whether it was like Mark Brunell or Hasselbeck during when they had Favre.
Yeah.
The Bengals always seemed to, even though they might have had Drake Kirkpatrick already, but they would still draft a cornerback. I always thought Cincinnati had good corners, so you wonder if maybe they might take a look at Lane here for this pick.
Yeah, hopefully for him. You'd like to see him, especially being a local guy. You'd like to see him stay in the state if that's possible for him. I'm sure his family would be in favor of that.
Oh yeah, makes it a lot. Yeah, makes it a lot easier when you get 8 games in Cincinnati and number 9 in Cleveland. It makes it a lot easier to travel. As we continue here in round number 3, the Cleveland Browns with their first pick of this entire draft here in the second round. Earlier in the second round, they took Greedy Williams. Now that's not his birth name, but his grandmother nicknamed him, and it has stuck. And Greedy Williams, we have a lot written about him from Matt Florjancic and Ben Axelrod at WKYC.com. He's a treat. He was an absolute treat, and that was just a conference call.
Yeah, hey, by the way, Ben just tweeted that I'm guessing Greedy Williams won't have his actual number assigned until Duke Johnson is traded.
Yeah, he wore 29 at college. So yeah, I wonder, if he comes to tomorrow, he might get a number 1 jersey or something like that. What they always give out like times. So he's like, yeah, you're number 1 until we figure out what you're going to do. So yeah, Twitter has been fun tonight. By the way, if you always watch.
Let's look. You mentioned the Bengals thing. The pick is not in yet, right?
Pick is not in yet.
I'm just looking. Ryan Finley from NC State quarterback is still there.
Okay.
I don't know that there's another highly thought of
Quarterback, yeah. I feel like Finley was, he was a guy that was maybe. Best was maybe that they could get was in the second round. That was the highest maybe that he might be able to get.
I don't even remember who the backup is there. That's how little attention I paid.
I mean, because
going south.
Right. Well, it's interesting because I feel like they, once they got rid of AJ McCarron, that was you stopped really paying attention to
Will
their backup.
Greer, West Virginia, another quarterback that's still out there. Tyree Jackson from Buffalo. Clayton Thorson, the kid from Northwestern, that some people were giving a little bit of run to as the draft got closer.
Somebody. I wonder.
These guys feel like fifth rounders to me, but I don't know.
Well, and I wonder, Bud. If it came to mind, the Browns tomorrow, if everything stays to form with no trades tonight, the Browns will have a 4th round pick tomorrow, 2 5th rounders, a 6th rounder, and a 7th rounder. Jimmy was talking to me about this earlier in the week. I wonder if the Browns might take a late round quarterback, just somebody that they can, take reps in practice, somebody that they can work to develop as a potential future backup.
Well, when we had our buddy Grossi in here last night,
Anthony,
Nick Camino was asking him, like, would you draft a kicker? He was asking every guest that. Would you draft a kicker? And everybody was like, no, I don't know. And Grossi was like, yes, I would. I would take the 7th pick, and I would go and get a kicker. They make a difference in games. If there's a good one out there, go get him, and you don't have to compete with other teams that try to sign him. I would almost put quarterbacks in that same situation. If there's somebody there that you like, size, arm, whatever reason, they're not a high-round draft pick, why not take a guy like that? I mean, that's such a value position. And if you're the Browns right now and you look, listen, you're not looking for Baker Mayfield's replacement for hopefully the next 10 years if everything works out. But certainly to have a guy who could eventually become the kind of backup that who was the kid in Pittsburgh that has played well in a couple of those late games against the Browns.
Landry Jones?
Yeah, Landry Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, guys like that they're not going to be your answer, but they're certainly
you feel comfortable. It's like, by the way, the Bengals did take a player from NC State, linebacker, outside backer Jermaine Pratt is going to Cincinnati. The 72nd overall pick in the draft, the 8th pick here in the 3rd round. As we continue, the Browns are 8 picks away from selecting here in the 3rd round, barring, of course, any kind of a trade. But Cincinnati now gets themselves some linebacking help, and that was amongst the needs that they had listed was some linebacking help. So they get Pratt to come in and help them out. 6'3", 240-pounder, especially good in run defense. They're gonna need some help there. So
here's when I know our show is going to be officially over tonight. And that's when someone drafts. Doesn't matter when it happens. It's when someone drafts this kid from Old Dominion. Because if you can say his name,
his first name is probably O'Shane. I would probably Zimenez. I would think
begins Ximines.
I would guess Zimenez.
Now watch that. He'll end up here now.
Right.
I said
right.
That. Yeah.
He will absolutely become a Cleveland Brown.
Brian, do you have something for us, or is there?
Oh, we're just updating. We're gonna keep the show for those of you watching at home. We're gonna keep the show going probably for about an hour between when the Browns pick a player and then through the reaction from the John Dorsey and the conference call. So we'll keep our coverage going probably for about an hour or so with more guests coming up as well. Iowa State running back David Montgomery, the newest member of the Chicago Bears, he goes with the 73rd pick overall in the draft. So we're about 7 more here until the Browns are up. And again, people will say, well, third round pick, fourth round pick, whatever. I mean, these are guys. Third round picks. At the very least, especially if it's it's a guy that you are saying, look, I want you to be on special teams. I want you to be a contributor. You're on the field, and you're going to have an opportunity at least to compete, maybe for a starting position. You may not start right away, but the expectation is you're going to be a contributing player this year.
If these guys were top 100 players coming out of high school, that'd be a pretty high status.
Absolutely.
Right? So now
Yes.
they're top 80 or top,
top
100
80,
players
yeah,
coming
NFL
out of
players, yeah.
out of college football. These are guys that are going to step in and start for a lot of teams, and it might not be immediately, but in some cases it will be. And the really good organizations, I think, have always managed to find great players in that third, fourth, fifth round. They don't do it every year, but the ones that do it are the best organizations, not just the ones that might have a hot quarterback partway through a season. I mean, these are teams that do this year in and year out. And as Zach said, you look at the Steelers, you go, oh, they did a pretty good job of finding wide receivers. Later on in the draft.
It's that pick of Johnson just made so much sense. It's third round. It's a guy that from the MAC, not from a high profile Power 5 school, but he can return punts, he can return kicks, he's got good speed. Playmaker when he was in college, knows how to get to the end zone. All of a sudden, you sit there and you go, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." Juju Smith-Schuster was a second round pick.
So he was the 62nd pick in 2017. So we're talking about
and then
late second.
Yeah, and
late
Johnson's
second.
66 pick.
Yeah.
So, same line. I mean, and I think Antonio Brown was a fourth round pick. If I'm not mistaken, maybe fifth, but fourth round, I think. I mean, so makes a ton of sense.
We mentioned Gil Brandt earlier when we were talking with Jimmy, I think, and it was Jimmy.
I think it was Jimmy. Yeah.
And he just tweeted something a little bit ago saying this is the first time in 15 years that USC hasn't had a player taken in the first two rounds, which is pretty amazing when you think about it.
Wow.
The Schuster, looking up Schuster's draft status. Made me think of that. That is pretty amazing.
Boy, that's.
I mean, not that they're the powerhouse that they were back when
Pete Carroll and
right. But so it's not quite like Ohio State. That being the case at Ohio State or Alabama or something, but it's still pretty amazing that with the talent that they get, that they haven't turned it into high round draft pick here somewhere along the way, and that means a lot to recruits, right? I mean, that's what recruits want to see. If they're going to go a place where 3 years later, guys they know and played against or whatever are now starring in the NFL or going high in the draft, it means a lot to a university. That's just pretty amazing to me.
Yeah, it's interesting. As we continue, the Browns are still a few picks to go. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. I want to get back to the point that you guys were talking about. Actually, let's see. We have
a couple more picks.
Couple more.
Quick.
Devin Singletary to the Buffalo Bills. He's a running back from Florida Atlantic. And then the Packers take a tight end. Aaron Rodgers will love it. Jace Sternberger from Texas A&M. This idea about taking a kicker, because I must have asked Jim Donovan about it 3 times the other night when we did our final draft preview show. That was one of the big takeaways I had really watching the playoffs very closely. Because I'm sitting here thinking, okay, can the Browns eventually compete with some of these teams? Can they compete with the Chiefs, the Patriots, et cetera, et cetera? Just watching that Bears-Eagles game and watching the Chiefs-Patriots game and all those playoff games. I mean, Bud, you have to be able to make field goals. You've got to, especially from, I would say 48 yards and in. You've got to be able to consistently make those kicks. And especially in the AFC North, especially in this weather, you're going to play a lot of low-scoring games, bad weather games. You gotta have the kicker. And if the Browns want to use a third-round pick on a kicker, I wouldn't have a problem with it, frankly, because that tells me that in their mind they're thinking, we're going to play a lot of close games as a young emerging football team. We've got to be able to score when we get into near the red zone, or we get at least into the scoring range.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think organizations are paranoid about giving up a pick like that, knowing that kickers seem to go through these.
It's the Roberto Aguayo syndrome.
Yeah. It's remember when, Steve Sachs couldn't throw the ball to, or Chuck Knobloch couldn't throw the ball to first base all of a sudden. I mean, sometimes with kickers, there's no rhyme or reason for why they lose it occasionally, and so I think they're always worried that they're going to lose a key draft capital on a guy. It's like, again, I get back to Hard Knocks. It's like Haley screaming, bleeping kicker.
That's right. That's right.
Because that seems to be the attitude about kickers in too many places in the NFL, that they're sort of just guys that you berate when they miss, and you don't really appreciate that much when they're really saving your hide. And so I could see why teams might want to start looking at going after guys, not guys that had spotty careers in the college, but guys that, I think Grossi mentioned this kid from Utah that hit like 86% of his field goals or something during his career. That's pretty impressive. I don't care where you are.
I'll take I'll take the accuracy over the guy with the power leg anytime.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've mentioned Hard Knocks a couple times.
Yeah.
I mean, was that as fun as you thought it was going to be? I mean, I was for me. I loved it. I mean, I thought that was amazing.
And I think after the fact, it was even more insightful.
Yes.
It was one of those things where you couldn't tell if you were seeing, situations and relationships that were being not doctored, but being spliced together.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't. Was that really the way this guy is all the time, or just were we only seeing this little? But I think we saw early on that Freddie Kitchens wasn't afraid to speak his mind.
Right.
In that one coaches meeting.
The only coaches meeting I think they had after that one,
where it really bothered him that that Hugh was letting these guys sit out and not practice.
Right.
So we got that, and we saw the kind of the dynamic between Haley and Hugh and Freddie in that particular scene, and you just didn't know enough at the time to say, oh boy, this is going to be
a problem.
This is going to be a problem with these guys. But I thought it was really interesting in real time, and even more interesting after the fact.
Yeah, that was. You said you have all these. Oh, this is going to be awesome because they've got Baker here now and everything. But that was just the thing. Like, if you go back and watch it again, I mean, I think HBO Go, if you have that, you have that ability, you can go back and watch it again. You said it's interesting after the fact. To sit back and say, okay, that was a red flag, or that was the Baker and Hugh relationship. I think, I want to congratulate you, Baker. You're going to be the backup quarterback of the. You're now my number 2 quarterback. I mean,
you just beat out Drew Stanton.
You just beat out Drew Stanton. Congratulations.
Be proud of yourself.
Right. I mean, you sit back and you say, wow, and you wonder why Baker kind of had a chip on his shoulder with Hugh towards the end of the season, and when the Browns played the Bengals. Well, that's why. A Buckeye is off the board with the Washington Redskins, the 12th pick of round number 3. That's the 76th overall pick. Terry McLaurin, really a terrific wide receiver for the Buckeyes this past year. Maybe didn't get as much publicity as Paris Campbell did, but he was certainly valuable. McLaurin is going to the Washington Redskins with the 12th pick of round number 3. That's a good. I think it's a good spot for him.
Well, we know who their quarterback might be. Hey.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I think that's. I think that. Yeah. Let's get Haskins a guy that he'll feel comfortable throwing the football to.
Oh no, I meant Colt McCoy.
That's right. That's
kidding,
right. Little Colt. McLaurin 6 foot 208 pounds. He was because that Buckeye offense. To be there and watch it really when it was at its peak in that Michigan game, when they put like 63 points on the board or whatever it was against that Michigan defense. I mean, everybody got into the act that day. But you really, I think, appreciated the NFL speed of Paris Campbell that day, and the arm and the accuracy of Haskins and his ability to throw the football.
You mentioned that game. Here's a couple of Michigan guys are still on the board here. Chase Winovich and David Long. Do you have any thoughts on watching either of those guys?
Yeah, I mean, Long was a guy that I thought probably would have been taken by now in the second round or maybe earlier in this third round. Not with Winovich. I'm not not as surprised that he's still there. Not as surprised. He's higher ranked or is best available, but I'm not as surprised.
Well, here's a couple guys as we get closer to that Browns pick now.
Yeah.
Well, there goes
Winovich.
So,
Yeah, Bill Belichick
as
just
we were
took him.
talking, he just goes to New England. We're a couple picks now away from the Browns, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson from Florida, safety, is still on the board. Justin Lane is still a corner from Michigan State, is still on the board.
I want to look at Chauncey because I think he represents, if the Browns are looking at a guy that can come in and play multiple positions,
I think he's that guy.
I do too.
I don't see a I don't see a linebacker in this group unless you get down to like DeAndre Walker of Georgia.
Yeah.
I just don't know that there's that guy there that they feel dropped to them, dropped in their laps. But I think they may feel that way about Gardner-Johnson or Lane.
Yeah, Gardner-Johnson, fast. He's not tall. He's only 5'11". He's not like safety tall, but he's got the body of a 210 pounds. But he's that kind of hybrid player. But think of him more as a safety, 4'8", 40, so he can run. And he's a guy that had 4 interceptions this past year, couple of pass breakups, started 11 of 13 games. Was the MVP of the Outback Bowl. He's
don't hold that
against him. That's right. Yeah. Well, as long as it wasn't against Ohio State. I mean, everybody else was always MVP against Ohio State in the Outback Bowl back in the day. But the overview on him is a big athletic defensive back. Some will see him as a big slot defender, again, a hybrid who can blitz, support the run, handle zone duties, play man on big receivers, match up against the tight ends. Others will see him a cover one high safety. So, I mean, this is the type of player that Browns could plug in multiple positions. Think Breon Body Calhoun, a younger, different kind of player, but that kind of a skill set. We're one away from the Browns being on the clock here. There's a Wisconsin Badger off the board. Michael Dieter, the offensive guard from Wisconsin, is going to the Miami Dolphins. So it's the Rams and then the Browns here coming up, and we should start to see here pretty soon some rumblings as to who the Browns might be taking, and then kind of go from there here. But I think that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson might be a guy to watch here. Also, let's see. The Browns won't take another corner, I don't think. Another true corner. I'm with you. I mean, maybe unless they go on, because there's really not a linebacker. I mean, DeAndre Walker is the next highest ranked linebacker. Jim Donovan is about to rejoin us here just in time for this pick. So the Browns are on the clock. The Rams, because Zach Jackson ahead of it, the Rams have just taken David Long. So the Browns are on the clock. Your timing is impeccable, my friend. Welcome back.
Good to be back with you.
All right.
Have we missed anything, Jim?
Yeah.
Did you? The kid from LSU is
Greedy Williams.
Yeah.
The Greedy Williams show.
He threw the gauntlet down, and I'll tell you one thing: Cleveland's going to the Super Bowl next year. I mean, right away. See, but that's better than, hey, the whole league is going to pay for me going 40. What did he go? 46.
That's right. That's right.
46.
That's right.
Yeah.
The league is going to pay.
You're going to all pay for this.
Good point.
Yeah. I reiterate to you, Freddie Kitchens boils things down right down to the core.
Mm-hmm.
It's a passing league. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to cover. You're not in the day of the 3-step drops. You're not going to be able to get as much pressure as you think you're going to get. The 7-step drop is almost dead. It's out of sync. It's out of play in the NFL. It's 5-step, 3-step preferably, and get it out of there. So it's imperative that you have corners that can cover, and they are in a really good spot now.
Where do you think they go now?
I think the obvious thing would be linebacker, but Dino was just saying that there aren't that many.
I don't see anybody, at least on the list of best available. Now they may have a guy that they cover.
Yeah.
But.
Right.
But we were looking at a guy from Florida who fits the mold of that hybrid, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
He is on their board.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. Yeah, he is on their board. The other thing they are looking at is a tackle. Yeah, they would like to develop their own tackle. And Desmond Harrison falls into that category. He started 8 games last year. He falls into that category, and he is still a project. But they would like to have their own tackle. They felt that Hubbard at right tackle was sufficient.
Yes.
Just sufficient.
Just sufficient.
Just sufficient. And, Greg Robinson is on a 1-year deal. So their offensive line, I think imagine now, they're in a position where they are looking even beyond this year to their future and to constantly be able to have the next player,
Right.
next guy up, and not have a dramatic drop-off in ability.
I mean, that's what a what a feeling, right?
Yeah, what a feeling.
There's a Bobby Evans, Oklahoma offensive tackle available.
Yeah, there you go.
I know nothing about him other than
Right.
the fact that he went to Oklahoma.
Checking our guy Zach who we just had Zach Jackson here. He's usually ahead of the game on a lot of this thing. The Browns are on the clock here.
They are on the
ready
clock
to?
right now.
They are on the clock right now. Oh, I'm on best available here. Get to the rounds. The Browns are picking here as the Rams just took David Long, the corner from
corner,
Michigan, off
yeah.
the board. So the
Who
two
had a very high grade in a lot
He
of
did.
people's
He did.
opinion.
He did. I thought Long might go in the. It's kind of like Greedy Williams. A lot of people thought he'd go in the first round. A lot of people thought Long would go, mid-second round, maybe
Right.
a little bit earlier.
Right.
But he dropped down, and the Rams have bolstered their secondary here tonight with a couple of good players. So we'll see them in week 3.
Justin Lane's still available.
I know. And I would assume that that's a bit disappointing. He had talked about, according to his agent, bottom of the first round, very early second round. And, of course, we're well beyond that. We're in the third round now, and I think that's surprising and I'm sure a bit disappointing to him. Congratulations to Andy Isabella. Congratulations to Draymond Jones.
Yes.
Congratulations to the kid from Worcester that ends up going. Congratulations
Paris
to
Campbell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Paris Campbell, all these local kids.
Linebacker.
BYU.
A BYU linebacker.
Sione Takiti.
Oh,
Easy for you to say.
Oh, easy for you to say. Let me.
Easy for Deke.
Easy. Oh yeah. Here. I mean, yeah. Here we go. I mean, we were there was a young man from Old Dominion that we thought the Browns might end up taking that was gonna cross Deke up, but this one is. Let's see. So.
Yeah. Okay, Jim, you want to take a stab at that one?
Yeah. It's Sione.
Takitaki.
You know what? I got lost in the AKI and TKA.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, let's at least find out about the newest member of the Cleveland Browns. My goodness. So we go from Greedy Williams to now, is he an inside backer or an outside backer? I'm trying to find this. There he's an outside linebacker. Yeah. So Sione Takitaki.
Yeah.
From BYU, 6'1", 238
It's
pounds.
probably, it could be Sion Takitaki.
Yeah.
Sione Takitaki. We'll go with that right
Okay.
now. He is well built, says ESPN. Above average top end speed, no stem speed there. Adequate length. He gets stuck on some blocks, but he flashes a strong punch, and he's stout. He closes well, and he flies around. He's more effective in zone than he is when matching up in man coverage. Sione Takitaki.
Well, the take on this from the local media seems to be that he's a linebacker, and they needed a linebacker.
Yeah, but I think they need they need a middle linebacker. I
Yeah.
think, although people will say, well, they have Joe Schobert, but, the jury is out on that. But, wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's where they see him playing. And
Runs pretty good, 4.6 40. Let's see. Looking at
6'1", 238.
6'1", 230. His senior year at BYU, he started all 13 games at linebacker, had 118 tackles, 9 for loss, 3 sacks, including 19 tackles against Western Michigan in their bowl game.
Let me ask you this. How old is he? Because a BYU player can be
that's
a BYU
they serve
senior,
They
yeah.
serve that mission.
Yes. Or he
when
could be
they
older
normally
than
do.
Brandon Wheaton. So
Well, and
really.
he was a fifth-year senior, too.
I mean,
So-
how old is he? That would be very interesting to see.
Let's see if we can find more about him. yeah, just reading about him, a remarkable turnaround story. A once troubled star was selected, projected to be selected in the middle of the late rounds. That's what he was. But yeah, trying to find his. He says he thinks he will be a steal. People are expecting different things. I think I'll go sooner than most people think. Whichever team takes me, it'll be a great day to get to that stage, get things going.
Apparently, Kuiper, a lot of people had him mid to later rounds, but Kuiper had him going in the late third round.
Well, that's where he's
So
right in the
it's
middle,
right? In the
right?
middle of
Yeah.
the third round. So
Yeah.
But yeah,
played several different defensive positions, including defensive end and outside linebacker, before finishing up as a middle linebacker.
Well, there you go.
So,
There you
he's,
go.
yeah.
so he does have some versatility. So that's
Married.
And Brian Crane reports he is married.
Yeah, which was the when they drafted Nate Orchard.
Oh, yeah.
Coming out of Utah, they were very. It was at a time when they were coming off of they had some troubled picks, and the thing they liked about Nate Orchard was that not only was he married, but he had a family, and they thought that he was going to be very, very mature, and he was. Nate was a great guy, very mature. He'd be very settled down. They wouldn't have to be worried about what was going on because he had a family to support. And Nate was a great guy. Now, football-wise, Nate never really lived up to what they had hoped because I believe coming out of college, Nate led the NCAA in sacks, I think, one year. Kind of, almost the same way that Carl Nassib did when he came out of Penn State.
Yeah, I can't seem to find his birth date here, so I don't have his age here, but he was there. He was 5 years at BYU with a redshirt, 2014 to 2018.
I just wonder, because sometimes a player
have
there,
missions, yeah.
they take missions
Yeah.
and they actually leave school. They come back, they finish off their schooling. Most of them are of the Mormon faith,
Yep.
and they leave. They go abroad. They go on a mission. They come back, and they'll finish up their college careers. I think the Detmers all did that, didn't they? When they were out at BYU.
Exactly right.
Sure.
Yeah, he never had he actually never had an interception at BYU over his career, but he had 14 and a half sacks during his time with the Cougars, a couple of fumble recoveries, 13 quarterback hits. So yeah, never had an interception. But young man he hails from Fontana, California.
Jim, I thought they still might go back to the safety position there and get another guy that they thought could help them.
Well, but in particular, because Randall is not signed long-term now, Morgan Burnett's on a very short deal. I think he's a Band-Aid over something, over a position that they need right now. I don't know too much about the kid that they brought in from Kansas City. I know John Dorsey would know
Eric
him.
Murray,
Yeah. He's an outstanding special teams player. I think that you're right. The safety spot was something that you definitely could go to and just get a safety, never mind this connection to cornerback/safety.
Yeah.
They picked up the corner earlier tonight. So, he is a linebacker, this kid.
Yeah.
It's a position of need. So
Well, here's the one thing, Jim. If he is a couple years older for whatever reason, he's still the youngest of 7 kids. So they got the youngest of the Taki-Takis.
Oh, and Zach Jackson double-checked Sione Taki. We were pretty close, guys. I like it.
Jim, I'm so happy for you. You're going to get to say that.
Sione Taki. Preseason is going to be.
that's a saki for Taki. Now I'll work on that and put it in front of some focus groups, and then we'll be back with, I'll be back with a brand, and I'll be down to the boys at GV Art and Design. We'll get T-shirts made, and we'll be all set. Yeah, that's a saki for Taki.
We already got the greedy is giddy T-shirt.
Greedy, and I know we found out greedy is giddy. That was what Freddie Kitchens said. Yeah. Greedy
I
is
like
giddy.
Freddie's response when they said, "Coach, does it bother you that he did not play in the bowl game?" He says, "It doesn't bother me. Probably did bother LSU." Now here's the question: he wears number Greedy Williams. We're talking about wore 29 at LSU. Will he get the opportunity? Will 29 become available here in Cleveland?
That is a question,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Duke Johnson.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow, assuming he comes here tomorrow, he'll wear he'll have the number 1 jersey to hold up, and then, or maybe number 2 for the second round,
right.
and then, we'll wait and see. would imagine at some point he might get to have that number 29. Yeah, Sione
All right,
Taki.
I'm still hot on the trail of this birth date.
Yeah.
I'm in Ancestry.com right now.
Well, it's interesting. It's just interesting to know when he was.
Didn't a presidential candidate and, in fact, the president get questioned on age and where he was born?
That's right. Yeah. So, yeah, again, the newest member of the Browns in the third round, they take linebacker Sione Taki from BYU, again, a native of Fontana, California. Unless the Browns go back here into this third round, we expect that this would be it for them for tonight, and then have a fourth-round pick, 2 fifth-round picks, as we found out that was the price to take Greedy Williams, and then they'll have a 6th-round pick and a 7th-round pick tomorrow.
Now, you know what? What's interesting, guys, before they drafted anybody, so before tonight, they had brought in 14, 15 players in the offseason, which is a lot, okay? That balloons up their roster.
Mm-hmm.
So when you came into tonight and said they have 8 picks, they don't really need 8 players.
No.
So you wonder if they'll package some of these picks and try and make a bigger move tomorrow,
Right.
or tonight even, to go back into the third round and maybe get rid of another 5th,
Right.
and maybe at the 7th or the 6th, and do something that way, because they really already have added an awful lot to the roster.
Right, and you're gonna get, of course, the guys the undrafted free agents.
Yeah.
You'll get a few of those to come in and
Sure.
and fill out the roster for minicamp and training camp. So I agree with you. I think if there's somebody they want, they might move themselves back in. You've done some
A little
research
bit,
on
yeah,
Mr.
well,
Taki.
Well, there's one of the headlines that you referenced earlier was about a bit of a troubled past that he's overcome. There was a fight in a campus dorm at BYU. And then there were a couple misdemeanor theft charges lodged against him for stolen property taken while he was working as in the custodial staff in the field house with track jackets and soccer merchandise. So that was the issue, and he was suspended for a game against Nebraska, the season opener,
Which they won.
which I
Didn't
think
they?
Yeah,
They
I
beat
think they
Nebraska,
did.
didn't
Yeah,
they?
I think
they
he
beat
said that. I'm pretty
Nebraska,
sure
right?
they did.
I don't know which season that was. It doesn't specify
Oh, okay. Well,
that, but
I know this year they beat
Yeah.
Nebraska
Okay.
in the opener. Yeah.
all right. Well, this story
That
is,
was Scott
thi-
Frost's first game.
This
Yeah.
story is from 2015, so
Oh, okay.
may have been something that happened
Oh,
during
wow.
his freshman year.
Yeah,
so.
man.
I'm sure he'll be asked about it.
Yeah.
I mean, we would anticipate at some point there'll be a conference call with him, and also if we may see some of the Brown, John Dorsey, Freddie Kitchens, or last year I think John in the third round had Alonzo Highsmith come downstairs.
I can confirm that it is Elliot Wolf and Alonzo.
Oh, Elliot Wolf,
Highsmith
Highsmith.
that are
Okay.
coming down, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're down now.
Oh, they're
Oh,
speaking right
okay.
now. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
If you don't mind.
Not
No.
at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Thank
Jimmy,
you
thanks
very
for-
much.
Thanks for popping
Jim,
over.
good seeing you again.
Thank you, Bud,
Thanks.
as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we are at some point here in the next. You know what? You shouldn't feel bad about that. Let me tell you why. Doug Deacon tripped over that cord earlier.
Can I go back on?
Yeah.
You know, one time Doug tripped over a cord in the Browns broadcast booth, and it tore his rotator cuff.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, right.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness!
Yeah.
Well, then he
Yeah.
got away scot-free.
Well, I was going to say,
tonight.
yeah. So he, so
It was an
thankfully-
orange extension cord for a heater. Below, he couldn't suck it up and just go through the game. He needed the space heater, and he
yes.
ended up with like $10,000 of surgery.
Surgery.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Elliot Wolf is telling the media right now that Taki can play.
He's a mad dog in a meat house.
Well played, sir. And can play in all three linebacker positions.
Any Mike Junkin reference is a good one, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, guys. That's
Thank
it.
you, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jim.
The voice of the Browns, Jim Donovan, joining us again. Elliot Wolf and Alonzo Highsmith are addressing the media right now after the pick of Taki from BYU. I was about to say before Jimmy nearly tripped and hurt himself, we're going to take a trip to D-Man's world here in a few moments. Dennis Maniloff, our good friend, is going to join us. Elliot Wolf on Sione Taki. He plays with violence.
Okay.
Keep it on the field. I'm good. That's fantastic.
That beats playing with nonchalance.
That's right.
So-
That's right. That's right. Alonzo Highsmith was asked about Greedy Williams and said, "I never thought we'd get him at 49. He acknowledged that Williams had some miscues, didn't tackle as well this past season.
Well, we knew they needed help there. I don't know that that this particular draft pick, should grease the skids for either Schobert or Kirksey. I just think that they need
Justin Lane
Justin
is off
Lane.
the board. And guess where he's going, folks?
the Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well,
that's
I know
It's a
Browns
good,
fans
sensible
won't want to
pick.
see that, but from his family standpoint, that's a
Oh,
couple
that's-
hours away. That's
that's
pretty
beautiful
nice.
for
So
them. Yeah, it's-
congratulations to him.
Yep, and you know what? You play Mike Tomlin's defense. That's a great spot for him.
All right, so here's Scott Petrak, who we had on last night, and Scott says that Taki had 118 tackles. His senior started BYU as a pass rusher before switching to linebacker. The Athletics' Dane Brugler, for whatever it's worth, rated him as a 6th-round pick.
Yeah,
So-
and that was like we were scrolling down and looking at best available and who was out there. I guess that's my only thing with this pick is I wonder if he would have been there tomorrow. If,
Yeah.
I mean that, and sometimes when you're Elliot Wolf and Alonzo Highsmith and obviously John Dorsey and there's a guy you like and you sit there and you go, you know what? Let's not even we like him well enough. Let's just go get him. I get that, but it's interesting to hear Dane Brugler say that.
Yeah.
That's one
And
person's
again,
opinion.
now that was, and I mentioned earlier that Mel Kiper in his latest mock draft had him going late 3rd round. So, obviously people can see the same player and come to different conclusions.
Just trying to see what else is going on here.
Yeah, it looks like Elliot Wolf has been asked about some of the things we just talked about at BYU.
Yeah, came to college according
It
to
happened very early
Yeah.
in his career, and not that absolves it or excuses it or doesn't mean it similar situations won't happen again, but I think that story, as I said, was from 2015, and he was a 5th-year player. So
Yeah. So you're talking 4 years, 4+ years ago. Wolf saying that, per Nate Ulrich from the Beacon Journal, Taki changed his life around, came into college immature, but became a success story at BYU. The people there didn't think he'd make it after his first year. He became a leader and a culture changer. And I mean, Jimmy talked about it. I mean, BYU ended up having a real good year. And knocked off, amongst others, they knocked out Nebraska in the, early on in the season, and okay.
yeah, it just seems to me that he's a rotation linebacker. Maybe he becomes something more than that, but it does feel like a bit of a reach.
Yeah, and and so I think fans may feel a little disappointed. Yeah, I mean, because Greedy Williams was kind of the opposite of that. It was I can't believe he fell to us. Let's see. I'm looking at BYU's schedule last year.
For anybody that wants to go back and look and has the access to go back and look at games, Wolf is mentioning in particular the Wisconsin game and saying that he had an unbelievable game there where he just kept blowing up the Wisconsin offense.
Yeah, that was what Jimmy thought. It was Nebraska. They beat Wisconsin. They beat Arizona to start the year. Did BYU? They lost to Cal, and then went to Camp Randall and beat Wisconsin. That's not easy to do. 24-21. So. That certainly, I would imagine that tape probably impressed them.
On the Justin Lane front, a couple of guys that we know from around here in Twitter, Jake Burns and Pete Smith, have both weighed in on the same topic that you just mentioned. How does this happen every damn year for the Steelers, that they get a player like this? And Jake says, of course, Pittsburgh. So, that seems to be the consensus.
You know what? Sometimes, look, you can only do, you can only go with what other people do, and you have to kind of react and then make moves. But yeah, I mean that it's just all of a sudden it was like, oh, Justin Lane is going to be a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is so appropriate. I'm sure they were doing cartwheels.
Yeah, I mean, this is why these organizations have remained good organizations, and that's the hope now that Dorsey is that guy for this organization. But, the Steelers have made a lot of smart moves in the middle of the draft, and not that we're in the quite middle yet, but, you got to like their picks so far.
He is an author. He is a reporter. He is a radio host. He is our good friend, Dennis Maniloff. D-Man, how are you, my friend?
I heard there's something going on here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so,
the Browns facility.
That nose for news.
yeah. No shows. Sione Takitaki is the newest member of the Browns. We've practiced for the last 20 minutes.
You can't beat it. You're going to get tackle and Taco Tuesdays, and Taki Tuesdays. Listen,
I
John
certainly
Dorsey,
feel much better about this pick.
John Dorsey could have picked Little Bo Peep, and I would have been fine with
See
it.
that?
Yeah.
He's the guy I told you about.
I love John Dorsey and everything he's doing until it's proven otherwise.
And if others, I should say, not most or many, but project this guy as a 5th or 6th rounder, you're on the Dorsey side of this.
Yeah, because first of all, Bud, I think these guys know their personnel better than we do. They know their needs better than we do. They scout more than we do. And with all due respect to the analysts, they know more than the analysts do.
Right.
Otherwise, the analysts would be the GMs. So I trust this
And
staff.
Mike Mayock is.
Well, there you go.
That's right.
Yeah, Mayock was smart enough that he eventually got in to the front office. But, I mean, this is – listen, we heard the pick. I just heard the pick about, Taki before I joined you, but I'm still thinking about Greedy Williams.
Yes.
And what a great pick I think that is for the Browns. But we also recognize every team thinks that their guys are great. Every team has optimism at this time of year. Every team will point to the other team and say, oh, we passed on this guy because you missed that he didn't do this or he didn't do that. So it's natural that there's going to be skepticism on any pick or too much optimism on any pick. But I think that if you're the Browns and you come out of the 17th overall in the second round with Odell Beckham Jr. and Greedy Williams, you sign up for that every day.
Yeah. Elliot Wolf, by the way, telling reporters that Taki was easily the highest player on their board when he was picked at 80. So, again, barring what everybody else thought, that was, he was their guy.
Right. And how do you quibble with that? What do you say? Okay, so Elliot Wolf, Alonzo Highsmith, and John Dorsey don't know football? They don't know what they're doing?
Who've met him,
Suddenly?
done the tape, done the research, done the scouting? Yeah.
Yeah, and clearly I think part of the reason why Taki was downgraded was the issues that he had that Wolf talked about. He had him coming into BYU, and the Browns insist that he's a changed man. He got married, and the problems he was having off the field have resolved themselves. Yeah, right. And if they believe that, then okay, we'll see.
Well, we're being taken to task on Twitter for not knowing this guy and Googling his background. Does anybody think we actually know all of the players?
Yeah, I'm sorry I don't know my BYU players.
Yeah,
and we have to do some research.
But,
Yeah,
the incidents happened at BYU, but
they happened
in 2015. Which, hey, freshman year probably, right? He's a 5-year player there.
Yeah.
So that's not to excuse it, but guys do dumb things in college. I was one of them and did some really dumb things. So.
It's how you learn,
and look
right?
how you've turned out.
Well, I don't want to say that.
Awesome. But I mean, shoot, you're on TV shows showing off your golf skills. I just saw you with Jimmy Hanlon and the gang doing sticking a wedge to within 8 feet.
My golf
putting
skills
it
are
and making
about
the
the
putt.
same as my Googling skills.
So. No, I mean, I didn't pretend to know Taki. I saw a couple of BYU games this year, but I don't remember him.
Right. I don't either.
And I think what I was referring to, Wolf was talking about the problems. I think he was saying that people at BYU weren't sure he was going to make it. So he's referencing the rough start early. But again, I keep going back to these guys know more than we do. All right? Whether we want to believe it or not, we like to play armchair general manager, armchair scout. The fact is that John Dorsey and his staff know more about their personnel, about their needs, and about college personnel than we'll ever know. So that doesn't mean that they can't make mistakes. It doesn't mean they won't make mistakes. It just means that as of right now,
they haven't.
What are you going to do?
Challenge them? As of right now, they haven't.
Come on.
They haven't.
Based on what Dorsey's done, I mean, are you serious?
No. I mean, I just think about last year. I mean, you take Callaway in the 4th round. That was huge. Avery in the 5th round. That's huge. I mean, they know how to to brand. It's not getting Mayfield and Ward and Chubb right. It's getting those guys in the later rounds right, and that's what you're talking about. It's the homework and the legwork.
Yes, Dino and Bud, and it's also this, okay, the restraint that John Dorsey showed not jumping into the back end of the first round because he got antsy and maybe he wanted to grab a player and he wanted to be a player in the first round even though he had traded out of it. No. He says, no, I'm going to let the first round play out. I've got my 17th overall pick in the name of, as a wide receiver out of LSU by the name of Odell Beckham Jr. So I'll wait for the second round, and then I'll move, when I want to get my guys.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, we've seen regimes here move up like from, if I'm remembering this correctly, from 4 to 3 to grab Trent Richardson. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that doesn't sound like a big deal, but you're giving up capital when you do that, and probably don't have to. And it was, I don't want to say impressive, but it shows what a seasoned general manager does or knows what to do when he sees a draft proceeding like first round did yesterday, where they were forcing cornerbacks into the late first, early second, whatever. I think he knew then that he was going to be able to find one of his guys. Now, he might not have been sure it would be Greedy Williams, but he knew he was going to get what he wanted.
And I had heard of Greedy Williams, which made me feel good. Even though I'm not a draftnik, I don't study it nearly as much as I used to when the Browns were seemingly on the clock every other pick in the first round. But I didn't know, again, I wasn't sure who Taki was. But I went into today saying, gee, I'd like to see, and again, obviously Dorsey and his crew know more than I do, but I'd like to see a corner and a linebacker. And guess what? He gets a corner and a linebacker. So I feel like finally I can actually say I got something in common with John Dorsey. We thought about the same positions in day two. So
hey, don't sell yourself short. You both like to wear sweatshirts too. So you got that going.
Just not gray.
Yeah.
But T-Man, what else have you've thought about this draft and the way things have unfolded the last? We're almost done here with the second round. What have been some of your big draft takeaways?
Well, I'm keeping an eye, of course, on the division because, the way to get where you want to go is fairly obvious, the division. You don't want to sit there and rely on wild card. So are the other teams in the division getting appreciably better even while you think you are? And, I mean, I'm sure Steelers fans would say, we got great players so far, or Ravens fans would say the same, or Bengals. But I don't see nothing that any of those teams have done so far makes me think that the Browns are somehow lagging behind, especially when you realize what the 17th overall pick was part of bringing in here. Because nobody in the division can match the acquisition of Odell Beckham Jr. in any one of their drafts.
Right.
And there's not going to be a better player brought in this draft than Odell Beckham Jr. is right now, or even probably when he was drafted out of LSU.
Guys, I have the definition of a fast learner, okay? A quick read. Chase Winovich tells New England media that he doesn't want to say what his pre-draft contact was with the Patriots until he gets more instruction about what he can say.
There's
There's
a
guy who already knows his way around Bill Belichick.
Belichick will love that.
Can you imagine OBJ playing for Belichick?
Oh my goodness! I mean,
now Beckham would say everything would be fine
of
if he
course
had
he
to
would.
go
Of
there
course
and
he
he was
would.
getting paid a lot. But something tells me those two would not necessarily see eye to eye.
but it would never be boring.
True. And speaking of OBJ, because you have to, because he's such a dominant personality and an incredible player. I thought it was so much ado about nothing regarding, OBJ not coming to the voluntary mini. I mean, please, this is a guy. Someone referenced that to him, and he said, where are you, OBJ? I think we know who referenced him. But where are you? He says, I'm working out.
Right.
And that's exactly what he.
But that wasn't the question. I'll play devil's
Okay,
advocate.
go
here.
ahead.
The question isn't whether he's working out.
Right.
Nobody's saying he's dogging it somewhere.
No.
They're saying, well, if he's working out, why isn't he working out with his new teammates? That's all.
No need.
Why no need?
No, it doesn't have to at this
Why
point.
does it? Why do all other veterans show up?
Well, they're not all OBJ. I mean, he's a different cat.
Well,
and
if you're cut-
he's in a different stratosphere.
Well, here's what I'd say.
I'm not worried. Not until it's mandatory.
I don't really care that he isn't here either. I'm just saying, if you could make the argument that if he is trying to let people know that he is a team first guy, right, and that he got a bad rap in New York, which he spent a lot of time on Twitter defending himself against, what better way to do it than to show up here with new teammates when you don't really have to?
Ideally, yes, but I don't start the clock on OBJ until mandatory stuff. If he starts,
how about
missing
other
that-
players? Do you start it on other players?
Well,
If Baker didn't want to be here, would you feel the same way about it?
I think it's a little different
'Cause it's a quarterback?
Well, yeah, but also because Beckham has done more in the league to date.
He's not a rookie. Yeah, because
than Mayfield. But you know, again, in a perfect world, you'd like Beckham to come in and for anything voluntary and be like, "Hey, you know, I can't wait to be here. Oh, I love you guys." But maybe his way of being a team player is showing up to the first mandatory element of his, obligation in the best shape of his life, ready to rumble. So I wouldn't quibble with Beckham because I do think there are tiers to. I know in New England, presumably there aren't, but I think in most places there are tiers. There are levels of player that have to be dealt with differently. You don't treat them all the same. That's a fallacy. That's utopia. It doesn't exist except again in New England. So I let Beckham skate until mandatory.
Until he has to be here.
Clearly the team has decided that that's the approach they're going to take. But I don't think it's out of line to say, if you're trying to change the narrative about yourself, here's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
Had he come in voluntarily, would there have been people in this town that had written, "Hey, that's a good sign that he came in when he didn't have to"?
Fair enough, Bud. But I think
probably.
the first time,
I think so.
I'm going to assume he gets here for the mandatory stuff right out of the jump. First time he makes a phenomenal catch, nobody's going to care.
Oh, I understand that.
whether he
Yeah,
missed
and
it.
I don't really care that strongly either. I thought we talked with Tom Withers about this last night, and he just thought that it would have been a good gesture by Beckham
Sure.
to do that. That
Sure
it would
it
have
would.
helped him out, probably would have impressed his teammates, probably would have impressed some people in the building who don't want to say right now that they wished he were here.
I hear
So
you.
that's all.
Yeah. So, but I thought, that was kind of like the subplot of the week as this draft kind of has unfolded. Everybody was like, because Tony Grossi had written the column, our friend Tony had written the column, and really got a lot of backlash from a lot of fans on Twitter saying, "What are you writing that for?" Well, I mean, I get it. I'd like him here too, but. There's trust, and the Browns have the Browns have said, "Hey, look, we trust him. We trust that he's working out. We trust that he's ready, and when he needs to be here, when it's mandatory, he'll be here."
I've been in transit for a while until I got here, so I'm not totally up to speed. Duke Johnson was not moved. Correct?
No,
Not
no,
yet.
I'm
no,
saying that in
no,
all seriousness.
no, he has not been moved yet.
Okay, and I was going to ask you guys, do you anticipate that he will be?
We had Zach Jackson on, and he felt kind of strongly that by the time, when not like this weekend,
Not necessarily this weekend, but
they'll
by-
eventually
yeah.
find his way out. They'll find a way out for him. Maybe it'll be after they sign some free agents and they see what more they have at running back. Maybe they take a running back somewhere later in this draft.
4th or 5th round, maybe,
Yeah.
or something like that. Yeah, to give reps. Yeah,
I sense that too, and this is where I'm going to have to stick to my guns on trusting Dorsey because I've always liked Duke Johnson. I think he's a playmaker to a degree. I'm not putting him in the Hall of Fame, but I think he can make a difference in certain situations. He's proven to be a playmaker while he's been here. He's a gamer. He's a competitor. So I wouldn't want to see him go, but this is if Dorsey thinks he has to move him, maybe for the betterment of the player. Maybe Dorsey says, yeah, I want to do right by Duke Johnson.
Right.
I want to get him out of here because he's not going to get the reps that he wants, and not much like, but similar to what he did with Brashad Perriman.
Right.
I mean, he was under no obligation, I don't think, to move Perriman, but as soon as they got Beckham, Perriman said, I want out. Dorsey said, okay, let's try to find you a spot, and I think it was Tampa Bay. So I think that it's not going to just be Dorsey saying, I can't wait to get rid of Duke Johnson. I think it's Dorsey going to actually, I want to do right by the player. We have traffic over here at the running back position. We like Hilliard among those behind Chubb, and then of course Hunt on the way. So I'm sensing. I was just wondering what you guys thought. I agree with you. I think Duke won't be here by the time training camp starts.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, D-Man, because I'm with you. I really think that on a team with playoff aspirations, he fills a role that I think is really important to be able to change the pace of a game when you get him in space.
Yeah. Especially the first 8 games when you don't have Hunt. And he can be a change of pace back. The other thing I wanted to see Duke, and I don't want to say like we know he's gone, but
we suspected it. Yeah.
I wanted to see Duke get in a winning experience here, given that he was forced to go through 0-16.
Yeah.
He was one of the few guys that I wanted to watch on that 0-16 team.
Yeah.
I mean, I will not forget how angry he was on Deshaun Kaiser's 27-yard quarterback sneak in Detroit that came up 26 yards short. And Duke is, throwing his helmet on the ground. I mean, I love the competitor that Duke Johnson is. And to me, he's a winner, even though he's played on largely
teams,
garbage.
yeah.
So it would pain me to see him go, but if Dorsey decides he needs to go, then I'm riding with Dorsey.
Well, my argument is that, I need to see what are you getting back? What are you getting back a third? You're not getting back a third rounder for him.
No.
So what are you getting back?
I mean, you're getting, if you could get back a 5th rounder tomorrow. I mean,
but then is that
maybe
worth it?
then you have to decide if it's worth it because you want to make a player happy or something. Then I think you have to decide. Ben Axelrod has rejoined us.
Welcome.
What up, Ax?
Hi,
Welcoming
Ax.
myself.
Have you? Yeah,
It's a pleasure to meet me.
It's been a long 2 days.
Elliot Wolf and Alonzo Highsmith spoke. Have we heard from the newest member of the Browns yet?
We have not. We're still waiting on a call with him. But, yeah, we just got done talking to Elliot Wolf and Alonzo Highsmith in a press conference. And pretty interesting. Not the same headliner that Greedy Williams is, but you can definitely tell they're excited about him.
Taki.
And what about him excites them?
He's violent, in their words.
Most football players.
He's particularly violent. I think the tackling numbers might suggest that this linebacking core needs some violence.
Okay.
And he's more of a sure tackler than maybe some of the spots they have at those linebacker positions. Elliot Wolf played it pretty close to the vest in terms of how he fits in on the roster. But he's a versatile guy. They said he could fit in any 3 of the linebacker positions. So it sounds like this is a guy who's going to have an impact pretty early.
That can be versatile and
Yeah.
plug in at various spots.
And we've talked that some analysts, Dane Brugler, didn't have him going until the 6th round. Kuiper had him going late 3rd. Clearly, Wolf said he was by far the highest rated player on their board at 80.
Yeah, he said at that point, he said the way they didn't come into tonight thinking that this was going to be 2 defensive picks necessarily, but the way the board fell when they got to 80, they were kind of defensive heavy, and they said Taki was far and away their top prospect. So, yeah, I mean, I think when you get to this round, teams have guys. You start to see a greater variance in terms of 3rd round or 6th round, whereas, the first 2 rounds, everybody kind of has everybody in the same grouping.
Taki, it didn't take long for a lot of us to sit and do a little research.
Yeah.
And, obviously, I mean, he was at BYU for 5 years. And when he got there, I mean, there were red flags, character things, arrest. But Elliot Wolf made sure to emphasize that, Taki really went through a massive change at BYU to the point where he became, I think I read your tweet, a culture changer at BYU.
Yeah, a changed person, and that's 19-year-olds aren't necessarily finished products. And
no.
From the little that I skimmed, and I don't know what I didn't get into everything that went into what he got kicked off the team for, and I saw there were like 4 instances where maybe his future in BYU was at doubt. But BYU also has a pretty high standard as far as what you have to live up from a moral standpoint. But it didn't seem like if we're going to do shades of red, like it wasn't like a deep red flag. Like they were 19-year-old, 20-year-old things, and it sounds like
theft.
Wait, was that one of them?
Violence in a fight.
Okay, so
No, I'm just saying.
yeah. No, I hear you. But again, I mean that's this organization now has a track record with giving guys second chances, and that's something Alonzo Highsmith kind of talked about up there at the podium.
And that's something D-Man talked to us about. It's there haven't been since John Dorsey walked in this building, there haven't been a lot of misses, and he's built up a kind of a level of trust, I think, from the ownership, from the locker room, and I think from fans that look, a guy may have a history that we don't necessarily like, but we can get him in here and coach him up and make them into the type of football players that we think we can do something with.
Yeah, and it hasn't bit them yet. I mean, there was the Antonio Callaway incident where he was pulled over and they found some weed in the car and charges got dropped.
Nobody said
it wasn't
anything.
his weed and whatever. But the flip side of that is sometimes you're playing with fire, and you could have a situation like the Tyreek Hill situation where you give the wrong guy the wrong second chance, and it comes back to bite you. And obviously there are worse implications in that situation as well. And that's a guy John Dorsey drafted in Kansas City. So, I think you're playing with fire a little bit, but it's also a way to exploit market inefficiencies in terms of getting value for your picks. And at the end of the day, it's a wins and losses business. And we talk more about 7-8-1 than we talk about Antonio Callaway's arrest track record at Florida.
And think about the trust that we have in Dorsey regarding Kareem Hunt. I mean, he said, trust me, if anybody can figure this guy out or anybody can get this guy right, it's me. Because I think Dorsey made the calculated decision. He said, look, Hunt will play again in the NFL because he's young enough and talented enough, unlike the Ray Rice, where Ray Rice was past his prime. So Hunt will play again. Dorsey said, well, gee, if he's going to play again, why not have it be with me? Because I'm the guy who drafted him. I know him the best. I think I can get him right.
But you'll at least allow that knowing him the best didn't stop this stuff from happening in Kansas City. So this seems to me to be this thing that GMs and teams say when they want to justify breaking their own principles for talent. Yeah, and I think he's done that in Kansas City and he's done it here. But I'll defer to you, not defer to you, but I'll agree with you and say that's what the league is about right now. And until the league wants to not make it about that, then GMs should look for every opportunity within reason to better their team without bringing a guy on who's going to turn the fan base completely off. So I think he did as good a job as a GM can walking that margin between the two.
Yeah, I mean, the Tyreek Hill thing's been interesting to follow in terms of what's the line. Because clearly now, whatever the line is, he has crossed it. And whether that's because this one involves a child or because he had a previous incident, they probably all kind of go hand in hand to a certain degree. But Tyreek Hill's probably not going to play football again. And he's a guy who's talented enough and young enough that you would think, his talent, it's not the Ray Rice thing, right? This is a guy who could help a Super Bowl contender. But he's not going to play again because he's at the point where the crimes and the PR of it are so horrific. Kareem Hunt, though, he's on the other side of the line right now. He's on that second chance line. So it's a messy situation for football. It's a problem that football's been dealing with probably since the Ray Rice thing in 2014, so 5 years now.
Isn't that crazy?
And I mean that's just with social media having amplified all of it. But I also hesitate to throw Taki into that mix though because
Let's really be clear.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing.
But speaking of which, he is now talking. Do you need to?
No, I'm okay.
Oh, we can keep you.
We have enough Greedy Williams headlines for tonight.
Williams? Okay. Yeah, Taki talking to the media. He says, "quote I've moved past these knucklehead my knucklehead days.
Well, that's a good sign
Yes.
because we've all had those knucklehead days. So
Yeah.
Especially as Ben said, when you're 19. I mean, we all had some knucklehead times at around the time of age 19. So
Yeah.
the area. It's,
also 29, 39, 49, and 59
you're
for
not
some
at,
of us.
but you're not at 49 yet.
Oh,
So
in,
stop.
in defending, Taki's personal character, Alonzo Highsmith kind of was making the same point we are, that nobody's a finished product at 19 or 20. And, he does the same thing every football guy does, is point to the reporters in the room and say, I'm sure you've all made mistakes. But in doing so, he kind of implied that you guys are reporters, so clearly you did something wrong to get here. So, I don't know if that's what he intended, but if you took the literals,
he's right about
he's
it.
not wrong.
I don't really find anything wrong with things he said. I had a moment, Ben, in this third round as we were trying to go through the Taki pick and look through it. 3 picks after the Browns picked Taki. Justin Lane got taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I looked at Bud. I'm like, of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did. I think it's gonna be a nice fit for him, and it's just, you sit there and you go, again, the Steelers, they smartly draft, and sometimes they trade up like they did last night. Sometimes they just let things come to them.
It was a very Steelers draft, and I think with the Browns playing them twice a year, we'll get to know Justin Lane and Devin Bush very well, because those two guys seem like they're probably destined to become Steelers for the
before
next
we,
decade.
Close out tonight. We were having trouble tracking down Taki's age. He'd been there for almost 5 years at BYU. He took a year off after his incidents and work construction. Do you know how old he is?
I thought I heard in there 22, but I wasn't.
Okay.
I don't think it's.
Because Jimmy was one. Because Jimmy Donovan was here when we had the pick, and said, a lot of times young men at BYU they usually take a year, or not usually, but sometimes they'll take a year to complete a mission to go.
I remember like John Beck coming into the league, and he was like 27.
Yeah,
like that.
So that was what, and I was looking at his BYU profile, and I couldn't find an age or a birthday. Okay, as the third round starts to come to a close, we're going to start to come to a close here at Browns headquarters in Berea. The Browns making 2 picks tonight. They got Greedy Williams, a cornerback from LSU, in the second round. Sione Taki, a linebacker from BYU, in the third round. I just want to go around the horn here. Kind of, Ben, your final thoughts here from this second night of the NFL draft, but really the first night for the Browns in terms of activity.
Yeah, I think that getting Greedy Williams is the headliner. I think that's a first-round talent you're getting in the second round. I think, if you were to say what are the 2 positions they're going to come out of this, I'd say cornerback and linebacker, and they filled those 2 with 2 guys they had highly rated on their board, and we're kind of at a point with John Dorsey where you kind of have to trust his front office's evaluation. So I give them high marks. I don't do the grade thing, but I'd give them a passing grade if I did.
D-Man.
Excited to see Greedy Williams as a Brown, not just because of the name, but one of the knocks on him is tackling. Okay, well, guess what? If he were a perfect tackler and a perfect player, he wouldn't have been taken in the second day. So I don't have any issues with Dorsey and the gang picking him. And then, of course, Taki. I go back to something I heard the great Joe Thomas talking about when he said, when you draft a linebacker for depth and you don't project him as a starter right from the jump, what you want first and foremost is the high energy, fly around the ball, even if it's sometimes misguided aggressiveness. You want that fireball coming in there as your depth linebacker. So that had to be part of the decision making. I have no issues with either one of those picks.
And Bud, kind of your final thoughts after 4 hours tonight, my friend.
As we talked with Jim Donovan, I'm most excited that I'm going to get to hear Doug Deacon try to say Taki.
Yes, and there are Greedy is Giddy and Taki shirts. Our friends at GV Artwork are going to have some fun.
They filled 2, pretty compelling needs, and
just kind of a sensible, easy draft. Where you're not scratching your head.
Yeah, and moving up, 3 spots was a lot smarter than moving up 20 spots.
Yes.
To try to get a similar player.
Yeah, I go back to what D-Man said. I mean, they've resisted the temptation to go big and to try to go back into the first round and let things play out and come to them. And got the guy they wanted ultimately. Works out really well. Okay, a reminder, we got plenty of draft coverage at WKYC.com. Ben and Matt have plenty of articles for you to check out about the newest members of the Browns, some of the Buckeyes and Northeast Ohio players that got taken tonight, our blog, and Matt's back here tomorrow for the final day of the draft. At least right now, the Browns are slated to have a 4th-round pick, 2 5th-round picks, a 6th-round pick, and yes, a 7th-round pick. Matt is hoping they trade out of the 7th round. Do it, John Dorsey. Make Matt a happy guy. We thank everybody for joining us tonight, Bud. It was great to work with you,
too,
my
Dino.
friend. All right, and thank you all for watching the 2019 NFL Draft Show live from Browns headquarters in Berea right here on WKYC.com, Facebook Live, and on YouTube. Good night, everyone.